India's digital ecosystem, which policymakers acknowledge that it will contribute at least 1 trillion to the sought after 5 trillion economy. And if you go by the words of another Indian billionaire and chairman of Adani Group, Mr. Gautam Adani has said, he reconnaissance India's destiny to boast a 45 trillion stock market valuation. So is Prime Minister Modi succeeding on a scale which is necessary to morph India into the economy the nation's business leaders are seeking? India is also experiencing something, a tech unicorn boom, with a growth rate of 7% surpassing the UK, leaving far more developed economies like Japan in the dust. So, but still, there are several hurdles. There are several challenges. On one side, there is a drop in the tightening global monetary policy. And on the other side, the Russia-Ukraine war, which is going on since almost a year now, leaving India to feel the heat with a slowdown in exports, industrial activity, and soaring inflation. In line with the World Bank projections for financial year 2023, even the IMF slashed India's growth forecast to 6.8%. That's why I'm saying I'm not going by the figure. Somebody will say 6.5, some 6.8, or somebody will say 7%. So this is the scenario. And I'm not going to talk more about this subject because the global experts are sitting here to talk about that. I just welcome them and I request them to give their deliberations. And first of all, I would like to invite our keynote speaker of the day, His Excellency Dr. Prajapati Trivedi, Special Envoy for SDG implementation at the Commonwealth Secretariat, to kindly come and give his deliberations. Dr. Prajapati Trivedi.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for being here early in the morning. I am absolutely thrilled and delighted to be with you. It is absolutely true. I'm guilty as charged. I'm an economist and have served at various places, World Bank and the Government of India in the Prime Minister's office, in the Cabinet Secretariat, and now with the Commonwealth Secretariat. So I have to give you a background and a justification as to what qualifies me to speak about the topics so technical and so complicated as from 5G to 5T. Sounds simple, but it's not. Let me start, and it's always a good idea to start with a story to put the context. And since I'm a preaching economist, even till today, I teach. I teach at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard. I've taught there for 40 years, full-time and part-time. So the question people ask is, an economist, what are you doing here? What do you know about 5G in particular? I may know something about 5T, which is the GDP part of it, but what about 5G, which is the technology part of it? And how do you bring these two together? This is an old story, so pardon me in case you are aware of it, but I thought we'll get started with that so you have a good idea of my background. And this is an old story about economists, and some of you may be familiar with it. They say that economics is like looking for a cat in a dark room. That's what they say. Because economists have very low credibility, and that's why I have to justify it before I speak. And within economics, I have a textbook I've written in economic theory. And that, they say, is like a blind man looking for a black cat in a dark room. That's how obtuse it is. Within economic theory, I specialize in something called econometrics. Many of you know application of statistics to economics. And that, they say, is like a blind man looking for a black cat in a dark room when the cat is not even there. Whereas a bureaucrat working in the government of India, now the Commonwealth and the World Bank, you go a step beyond all this. And they are compared to a blind man who's looking for a black cat in a dark room, which is not there. And they keep saying, I've got it, I've got it. So essentially, that is really what I'm going to do. I'm going to claim I've got it, I've got it. And for whatever it's worth, take it with a pinch of salt. So none of this is new, right? 5G, everybody knows. I think most of us probably have it in our mobiles by now. We know that the world is, wherever you go, they talk about 5G. 5T is rare. 5T is something we are aspiring to. And that's what we hope that we will get there. So what is the connection between 5G and 5T? The title of this wonderful gathering conference suggests that it is somewhat automatic. It's just a matter of figuring out the connection from 5G to 5T. In fact, there's just a dash. There is just a dash. And you dash from 5G to 5T. Once we have 5G, we will be 5T. As someone who has worked in about 60 countries, continue to work in all 54 countries of the Commonwealth, and as Mr. Pandey pointed out, work with governments, that's what I do. I work with governments. And basically, I will share my experience as to what I have found working with them and what, in my opinion, is the crux if we have to go from 5G to 5T. Well, let me put it this way. 5G sort of implies there is a technology divide, that there are some countries which are still at 2G, 3G, 4G, and we are like 5G. And it's inevitable that if you reach 5G, you will make it to 5T. Or at least you have arrived 5G. But let me put it this way, that there used to be seminars and conferences on what they call the digital divide, right? And we are not talking about it. Right now, we are not talking, we are taking for granted that 5G has arrived, everyone will have 5G. And that is, to an extent, correct. The digital divide is kind of disappearing because the technology has become such that, and it's become so affordable. It's just a matter of getting a few things right, and you can pretty quickly. I've traveled quite a bit, and I think a lot of countries seem to have 5G, so it can't be such a big deal. It's just get the right provider, the right technology. It's like you can use a computer, you don't have to make the computer anymore. So it's not, if you own a computer, it's not like, oh my God, we're technologically advanced. It's nothing to do with me being advanced, it's just the computer is advanced. So this technology has come down to that level that it can be packaged and delivered pretty much to any country that really is serious about it. So I think the digital divide, first of all, let me talk about the digital divide. In my review of the international scene, I have found that the digital divide is really a symptom. And it is a symptom of a more fundamental divide, which is either the governance divide or an implementation divide. That it's much easier to adopt technologies, etc. And by the way, I mean, I say this in all seriousness, when the previous government was there was something National E-Governance Program, you know, which is exactly the same thing as what Mr. Modi has. With some, of course, with time, technology changes, so things change, but, you know, there was a plan to get the fiber optics to every district, to every village. There was a plan to digitize all the ministries, and they will all have e-office, and it was all ready. Some of us had adopted it, and we were working on it. So you may first ask, what is the difference between the UPA and the current government? In my view, it is not about ideas. These ideas have been around, you know, for some time. It's all about implementation. This government has really speeded up the implementation of many of the ideas which are all lying dormant and we're all around. So it is really, the world belongs to those who focus on implementation, because we do have a huge backlog of ideas. 5G is a concept and an idea, it's a technology, and there are many such ideas around. But countries that are moving forward are not the ones who know about and go and talk about 5G, but who are actually implementing and moving forward with their application. So there is a huge implementation divide. If we have to reach the 5T mark, it will not be through technology. It will be through implementation, governance, etc., to get ideas to become reality. I am on record, and I no hesitation in saying, when I was there, I told the then cabinet secretary that, sir, why don't we stop generating new ideas? We have such a huge backlog of ideas which we have not implemented, and we get together and generate new ideas which will not be implemented again. So why don't we either have a conference purely on implementation of the backlog, clear the backlog, and then move forward? I mean, I could give you any number of examples from public policy and government of India. I mean, take the administrative reforms. We know no country in the world has moved forward without reforming its bureaucracy, its administrative machine. And all of us sitting here know that, not news, correct? But I don't know how many of you know that there was a second administrative reform commission. There were only 2 administrative reform commissions set up since independence. And the second was set up somewhere in 2004. So, and it was headed by extremely senior people, some of the best brains in India. Money was no limit. I remember I was still with the World Bank at that time, and I was asked to come and brief that commission. And so I saw that the amount of facilities they had, they were consulting, they were visiting countries to study what is the best way to get ideas implemented. So there was no dearth of funds, brains, or anything. They came up with 15 reports on reforming almost every aspect of public administration and government. They had a report on police reforms, judicial reforms, the reform of the ministries itself. We have 80 ministries, no other country. China, US, much more advanced, has 25. China has around the same number, 80 departments. And many of them, things fall through the cracks. Spurious drugs. Talk to the Ministry of Health, there's, it's the Ministry of Chemicals, and because the drug controller comes under them or something like that, and therefore there is who's responsible, we don't know. We've got more cracks because we've got 80, so we've got at least 80 cracks in between where things fall. And it's always easy to say that someone else is doing it. 3 or 4 ministries, things have changed. We've made some changes, but there were 4 ministries dealing with water. So how do you get things done? So in short, what I'm trying to say is that for us to move from 5G to 5T, in my view, the first and foremost is to get our record of implementation improved. It has improved, and I'll talk about it a little bit, how it can be done, what has happened recently. I'll come to that in a minute, and it has improved. So let me say that it has improved, and significantly it has improved, but is it sustainable is the issue, and what we need to do to have improvement in our ability to implement and sustain implementation. You can always have implementation for a short while with enormous energy and simple charm and personality. But can we replicate that moving forward for the next 10 years? Is the issue. that we have. No issue with current, we're getting things done much better than in the past, no doubt about that. But is it sustainable and what we need to do? And I'll share a few thoughts, not my original thoughts, what I've learned, talking to people, as Mr. Pandey said, we recently had a conference of all the heads of public service and cabinet secretaries of the Commonwealth countries. What did they come out with? I'll just share that briefly. So the first point is we do need to focus not purely on the technology, but how do we improve it and make sure its applications. Those are even more important than simply the technology. You can have a computer, 5G, the latest computer, but what you do with it is the key, not the technology itself. And I am very optimistic. I remain highly optimistic that this can be done. So I won't come from, because I continue to work in that area and urge people wherever, including my current job is SDG implementation. I am not called special envoy for SDG. Everybody knows it's common sense. But are we implementing? How far? And when you look at the implementation record, as I have done, sitting and listening to countries making a presentation on SDGs, you realize the problem is not of ideas. Believe me, as an economist, I studied at Delhi University St. Stephen's College in 1969-72. We had a paper called Development Economics. Almost every idea that we hear was there. We were talking about the importance of health, nutrition, all these things were there. Believe it or not, even climate is not a new idea, it's been there. People have been worried about climate. Commonwealth Secretariat passed the counterpart of the Paris Agreement way back in Malaysia, at least 15 years ahead of the Paris Summit. So ideas are there. The issue is implementation. Okay, I recently went to a country called Dominica, beautiful country, the most beautiful island in the Caribbean. They were wiped out by a hurricane. And when I say wiped out, we also have problems going on right now in Kedarnath and that area, right? So we know we also have hurricanes in Bengal, Orissa, and other places. So it's not like we're not familiar. But there's a difference. When the hurricane strikes Dominica, it wiped out 250% of their GDP. In our case, it's 10, 5, maybe 2%. But 250 was completely wiped them out, right? They still recovered. I was there and they said, we have all the funds, all the donor agencies came and said, we will give you money. But they said, we don't know how to use it, how to convert that into action, how to build back better, as they say. That's just not easy. That money is there. So technology is like that. It's there. It's money is there. But how do you convert that into build back better? How do you get to 5 trillion? The transformation will not be automatic. There will be many things required. I don't want to be a one solution person. There will be a whole range. But let me just share what I know. And the most important thing is in my view, improving countries' ability to getting things done without losing democracy, of course. I mean, you can get things done if you don't have democracy, but we don't want to make that choice. We want, in the long haul, continue to have the freedom of choice, and yet be effective in delivering and making sure the leakages are not there. So what you need to do that, I'll just not take too much of your time. I could go on, and that's one of the dangers of inviting a professor and someone who believes in this topic. I could speak for a good amount of time and bore you, but let me just be brief and to the point and tell you what some of the problems are, what the solutions are, give you a taste of it, right? And feel free to contact. I'm the Commonwealth Secretariat. We owe you an answer to anything that you feel like and you need to know more. There's not enormous amount of material available on this subject. But I'll give you a feel so that you get a sense that, okay, this is the direction. So let's talk about some problems and some solutions. Not all problems and not all solutions. Among the key two biggest problems. No matter which country I go, I can close my eyes and I will not know which country I am, but I would be hearing the same issue I heard in India, I would hear in the country you name. Okay, and the one problem is that there are too many principles. Everybody in the government thinks they have a right to supervise a department which is trying to implement things. Whether it's the Parliament, the Ministry of Finance, the Administrative Ministry, the Department of Administrative Reforms, you name it, and they, including the CVC, CAG, all of them are on top of the department trying to supervise. So there are far too many people in a government agency, and that creates a problem because most government departments don't really know what is really expected from them. There will be one ministry saying what really matters is only health. The other one will say only education, only water, only agriculture, only this. And of course, they all are important. But one department, one agency can't do it all. So they have this huge problem of fuzziness. They really, and I'm telling you, you may think they are not good people. They are the smartest people. People is not a problem at all, contrary to what people say. I will come to that in a minute. We have the best bureaucracy probably in the world, contrary to what people say. I'm not a bureaucrat. I didn't come through competition. I was invited, so I can say about people I've seen. Hugely competitive exam, DAX appeared, only 500-600 are taking these. And who else would you look for? This is nobody has blamed the selection process, right? So we get one of the best. And Fukuyama once visited the academy in Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy in Missouri and said, my God, if I had this quality of people, I could change the world. Right? And we do have good people, so let's not, but what we do to them by the time they go through the system is a different thing. So the system may be an issue, but not the people. People are right. So these smart people are confused because they don't know what is to be done. If they run too fast, they are told this is not a dash, it's a marathon. Why are you running so fast? If they jump high, they're told, hey, this is not a high jump, this is a broad jump, you need to jump. So whatever they do, there's someone pointing and pulling them and saying it's different. And that demotivates them, they don't know what really. So they decide just lie low and do nothing. Believe me, that is the problem. The bureaucracy is not the people. The smart people, you look at their own personal lives, they have planned it out till 25 and they're doing very well personally. When it comes to the public system, they're all saying, hey, whatever I do, I'll be blamed, so just lie low and follow the. So we need to change. And countries have changed. I don't want to, again, this is not the forum to talk about details, but I'm telling you, the problem is, therefore, the system. In most countries where things are not happening, which have not made it to the 5T as yet, it is the system stupid, as they say. And you may say, what about, and this is not, again, my original idea. Someone like Peter Drucker, very famous management guru, the first guru of management, said a long time back that for any system to be effective, 80% of the effectiveness depends on the systems for an organization or an institution, and only 20 of them. People, I hate to say there are so many people present. People play only 20% of the role. It's all about how good a system it is. And that's why Indians go out and do so well, because the same people in a different system do well. So the issue is, how do we reform the system? And within the system, by the way, 20% is the people's contribution. Within that 20%, according to Drucker, 80% of it is on leadership. So all you need is a good leader, a good system, and you are.
So if I ask you one last question, that I'm sorry, so what do you expect from the leadership? Because you said that 80% will depend on the leadership.
Thank you.
Because the budget is going to start at the
Thank you. I think, thank you very much. So I'll come to my advice. I think there was the 15 reports of the Administrative Reform Commission have not been implemented. There are 1,500 recommendations which have gone through the group of ministers. And my serious hope is that the government will, in the budget, announce the implementation of these institutional reforms and administrative reforms, which everybody agreed. This was a technical listing, and if this is not done, just giving subsidies and this thing, because subsidies have to be implemented, everything has to be implemented, and that machinery needs to be reformed. Look at the backlog in the judicial system. Look at, you name the system. And so they require, and the ideas are there. So it is amazing why a finance minister would not simply get up and say, well, we've decided these things have been studied for 5 years, gone through a political process, consensus is there, let's get these recommendations implemented. If that happens, to me, would trigger not 5T, 10T. Sky would be the limit. With that, thank you very much, Mr. Pandya, and thank you all. I'm happy to discuss this at length. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And you rightly said that 80% will depend upon the, leadership and the system and the processes and the laws. Here it comes the role of the laws, and we have one, very senior advocate who is also expert on the constitution and who has been practicing law practically. So he understands, he knows where are the hurdles, because if the system has to be streamlined, he talked about the judicial reforms as well. So I will invite Mr. Murari Tiwari. As I said, he had been, Secretary General in CLC, University of Delhi in year 1989. He did his law graduation from Campus Law Center, University of Delhi in the year 1991. And since 2003, first time when he contested election of Bar Council, and he has been in the office of the Bar Council of Delhi. And in 2022, Mr. Tiwari got elected as Honorable Chairman of Bar Council of Delhi unanimously, and he has been helping young lawyers and weaker section of the society. He has handled many popular cases in his brief career, and presently he is Chairman of Disciplinary Committee of Bar Council. I am inviting him for a brief deliberations to just touch upon what is required, which will be helpful for the people, for the business community, for the entire country. The legal processes, maybe judicial reforms. What is your views? Mr. Murari Tiwari, a big hand of applause.
Honorable Chief Guest, His Excellency Roger Lakshman, my elder brother Dr. Prajapati Trivedi, a special envoy for SDG implementation at the Commonwealth Secretariat, Mr. Ratnesh, Executive Director, UN Global Impact Network India, my brother Omkareshwar Pandey, Founder Commonwealth Thought Leaders Forum and Communication Strategies, my dear brother Abhishek Dubey, who is the founder of Business Connect magazine. Warm greetings to all of you. Let me express my sincere appreciation for being invited me here to address you all on this auspicious day at the Indo Global Entrepreneurship Forum 2023. I would like to thank Business Connect team for inviting me today to share my insights on the legal aspects of the network technologies in relation to the expansion and outreach of 5G across the nation. As we know, our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, had announced in October 2022 that 5G will be deployed in India soon. Hence, it is the right time for all of us to indulge and engage in digitalization much more than we are accustomed to. The introduction of 5G network in India will prove to be immensely fruitful. Recently, according to the report of OECD, Organization for Economic and Commercial Development Committee on Digital Economy Policy, 5G will increase employment and country's GDP. Also, the exponentially greater speed and capacity of 5G network will increase the productivity by allowing much more data to be transferred at much greater speed across greater distance than on previous network. It is the requirement of the day with the reason that during Corona period, we all have witnessed that the physical hearing of the courts in India came to standstill. For many months, we kept on waiting for the disposal of the disputes and litigations, which is a very important thing for the development of a country. Then the virtual hearing started. Then an ordinary lawyer also came to know about these network systems and they tried to connect with virtual hearings. I must confess that majority of the lawyers, legal community, even including judicial officials, they were not even aware about the virtual hearing. So slowly, we got introduced with this system and things started moving. Otherwise, the judiciary was the most victim of the Corona period when nothing was being carried out in the court premises. Then we started. Now it is working completely successfully. Recently, you must have heard about the Honorable Chief Justice. One day, he requested his companion judge to take the laptop in his hand and he requested him not to use the paper. Then he asked the learned senior counsels also in the court not to take the paper file and he requested them to be acquainted with the virtual hearings. And then it was done and the intention of our Honorable Chief Justice is to introduce virtual hearing throughout the country. And he is making his all endeavor to connect with all judicial files and we want to make it paperless in the judicial process. So for that, we require a good network and 5G is the need of the need. So you can assume that the major stakeholder of the government is judiciary and majority litigations are by the government. So in case 5G is introduced in our country, it will work a lot and the economy will automatically improve. So I was very happy when I got the invitation that we are talking about 5G. Then it is a need of judiciary as well. We practically notice that in courts also the networks are multiple. So Dr. Prajapati rightly said that we require good networking, we require good arrangements, we require proper legal work because at the same time we are noticing a lot of offenses relating to cyber and there is no proper mechanism in it. Every time we have noticed that despite lodging a formal complaint in cyber cell, nothing is being done. There is no proper mechanism. Country requires urgently. Daily we are receiving complaints from the clients that a sum of so and so has been taken away from them. It's not that introduction of 5G will solve all the problems. At the same time, the government has to be very cautious. The government has to set up many investigating agencies. Police mechanism is required to be improved in all aspects. Because the tomorrow's offenses are depending on the network issues only. The majority offenses are cybercrime. So we have to think about it and the message should be conveyed. And I think the today's function, Business Connect, program will help us a lot in case this message will be conveyed to the government that there should be proper agency to control the cyber crimes. You must be receiving such kind of complaints, or you must be cheated also, many of us who are sitting here. I am afraid of sharing my OTP with anybody. The reason is that I am not aware that when my account will be, taken away, the entire amount will be taken away by somebody. So it is a matter of worry. It is a matter of serious concern for all of us that the government should install institutions, investigating agencies, mechanism, how to control it. When 5G will be introduced, then there will be cases of sharing data, stealing data. So there should also be proper mechanism how it can be checked, because your associate or your employee can always share, can always steal the data of your organization. So we require a lot of improvement in these areas, but I'm very happy that our Prime Minister is very keen to introduce 5G, and that will help us. And I expect that more than 5G will also come, as my brother Prajapati said that we will achieve up to 10T, sir, 10T. So thank you all for inviting me today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for raising a very important issue of cybercrime. So with the 5G implementation and before we reach to the 5 trillion economy, we will have to pass through the, the passage of the dark, space where a lot of cheaters will be there. And, we are talking about the cryptocurrency and all other things where people are scared, even we all. And this has become a routine in our life that, cybercrime is happening all around. So before I move forward to invite our another eminent guest, I would like to invite on the dais, on the stage, Ms. Rashmi Kumar, CEO, Decode Consulting Services Private Limited. She has come from Bangalore. Are you there? Please come on the dais. I would also request Professor Dr. Lieutenant General R.K. Anand, DG of Mano Rachna Educational Institutions, Faridabad, to please come on the dais. I would request Mr. Ajay Rao, founder and CEO, Amija Supply Chain Services Private Limited, Mumbai, to please come on the dais. Two chairs are there on the side also. And Ms. Nagma Abbasi, Dr. Nagma Abbasi would be joining soon. So she will also be joining us. Mr. Amit Bhatia, Chief Information Security Officer. We were talking about the security. Please come on the dais. And he is into the field of IT modernization, cloud strategy, and the security. So he is a good fit. So Mr. Shatrughan Singh, co-founder and MD, Adoris India Private Limited. Please come on the dais. And now I would request Dr. Ratnesh Kumar, Executive Director of United Nations Global Compact Network in India, a well-known personality in the thought leadership domain. He need not a long introduction. So I'll just handing over the mic to him, and I will request him, because thought leaders have so much of thoughts that they can talk about hours and hours. I would request to just be brief. Thank you, sir.
For that nudge. I will be brief. Thank you so much for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share what I represent and what I do. And Prajapati Trivedi has been my mentor. So, when I used to work with UNDP, he was with the Cabinet Secretariat, and the report administrative reform mission. I would not call it a report, it's a mission. I was privy to first hand to how he was driving the whole process. Unfortunately, it's not implemented to the extent we would like it to be. And very rightly said, you concluded that it's all there, the thoughts are there. The FM just has to announce. Yeah. Similarly, Murari, आपसे भी एक गुजारिश है, don't share whatever 5G, 10G, don't share, because after that there is no legal recourse left. So the 5G, which is come for the benefit of industry and common persons like us, it's also available to the criminals who can capitalize on it much faster, much better. So OTPs are only protection which we have to hold for. And in many countries, when I go out, the same credit card, etc., no CVV number is required, no OTP is required. So if you just lose your card, that's it. So the Indian system is more robust that way, and especially the UPI, the way it has really been. I mean, any 10 rupee transaction, 2 rupee transaction, anything you can do through UPI, and it's. I mean, बाकी चीजों का तो network नहीं चलता, but UPI I have never found that नहीं चलता. So it's really a sense of pride and sense of achievement that I stand in. And yet I'm firmly rooted in the ground, my feet are firmly rooted in the ground, that no, there is much more to be done. And that's the beauty and the challenge of India, that you can be extremely negative and yet be correct. You can be extremely celebratory and yet be correct about it. So we are a country of continental proportions with a large, diverse population living in different Gs. I mean, बहुत जगह 2G भी नहीं आया पूरी तरह से. So there are rocks and trees and various markers where you get a geo on an airtel and you can make meaningful conversation, not do hello. so that stage is also there in India, and we also are very proud of the launch in many cities by various providers of the 5G services. So yes, now with this brief background, I represent the UN Global Compact, and UN, everyone is aware, global, I mean, this is also a global event, Indo global. But compact is the word which I'm going to emphasize. Compact here represents an agreement, a samjhauta, and understanding, which the private sector makes with the UN system. So my organization is totally membership driven. Bhubaneswar is also one of the members, his organization. So you register with us, it's an online facility. And then you make a payment, a nominal subscription based on your turnover, etc. That you will find in the website. So once you agree to be part of this global compact family, then what it does, it's a voluntary thing. It's not mandatory. We don't have any audit or inspection or anything. We just take you at the face value. Whatever you say, we accept it. So if you say my turnover is X, and I'm doing so much for the environment, for gender equality, for all the other 10 universal principles are there related to corruption, gender equality, environment, labor, human rights. So these 10 principles and 17 SDGs. So whatever the business does, declares that it does, we aggregate it globally and then we present it to the UN systems that look, private sector has done this. If you carefully notice 1945 when this whole discussion was happening, UN was a government of governments. So only the government was represented in the UN. So any Security Council, it's all country one. So in 1999, the then Secretary General thought, Mr. Kofi Annan thought of this, that how can we include private sector? Because private sector also contributes phenomenally. I mean, apart from the business, it also does other things which are related to sustainability. And as Trivedi was mentioning, this environment is not a new concern. I mean, Club of Rome report, Grant Commission report, and all the other reports that he mentioned. So there is a sequence of declarations, warnings, agreements, and yet it's human tendency to ignore until the water is above our heads. And I think as the unfortunate climate incidents about that island you mentioned, sir, where 50% of the GDP was washed away in one single event. Similar things are not very far in India. I mean, we have already just experienced the extreme winter. We all have seen heart-rending scenes of Joshimath residents. I mean, isse बढ़ के tragedy क्या होगी कि tomorrow you know that you don't have anything. I mean, a house, a home is something which the person invests his lifetime's earning and suddenly being stashed away due to events which he had no control, no contribution to. That's unfortunate. And we must, as a society, be aware of it and prevent such things to recur. And again, Joshimath is not new, not created in a day. We have all in public domain information that since 76, this warning was there in some form of or the other. And yet there is no accountability. So this UN Global Compact, coming back to my main concern, is that together we can achieve a lot of things. And we are doing a lot of things in isolated examples. So some companies somewhere, Tata, Birla, Ambani, Adani, they are all doing many things. But collectively, we have that capacity or we have that platform where all your contribution can be aggregated, and the power of compounding, the power of aggregation, and the power of collectively pledging ourselves to achieving of the SDGs, to achieving of the universal principles, is going to motivate other players in the economy to be like it. And once we have this, and we also have your pledge to support sustainability in all its form, what we do, what we practice in our internal affairs of the company, the way we are organized. If these things go out, not as simply annual report of the director, but also in a third-party publication, which is the UN Global Compact's forum, then it really makes a difference and it becomes a role model for other companies to adopt it, emulate it. So I invite all of you to join this movement. And today's topic, I think it's very close to my heart, because 5T is something which we should have achieved much longer. I mean, a country with all the talent, with all the resources, with such good climate, there is absolutely no reason why we should not have. But better late than never. Now we have a purposeful government which is systematically removing the roadblock blocks. So we must also contribute our bit by doubling up our efforts in an inclusive and sustainable way, and in a way that is least damaging to the climate. And whatever negative things our actions are happening, we should try to minimize it and take mitigation efforts simultaneously so that our impact on the earth is net zero. And that is what Modi ji has committed. So 5G to 5T is sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for connecting 5G to 5T through the UN SDG and the climate issue also. That's very, very important. So your concern, I can understand that if we have to achieve 5T, we also should keep in mind that we have to, keep it in our mind the climate change and the UN SDG sustainability issues as well. I will be inviting other our dignitaries and our chief guests later on. But I would like to invite here Professor Dr. Lieutenant General R.K. Anand. So kindly talk about the topic of the day And I would also request to kindly be brief because we are running late and we have a lot of speakers. So, anybody and everybody can talk on any issue for hours and hours. But everybody has their time. You have your own time. We have our own time. So I would be just requesting to be brief in your deliberations and talk about the topic of the day today, connecting with your own, area, which is education. Now you have been from the army background and now you are running an educational institution. You are the DG of Manav Rachna Educational Institution, Faridabad. So I'm inviting Lieutenant General R.K. Anand a big round of applause. And before that, I would also be inviting Dr. Nagma Abbasi, founder and CEO, NextGen Life Sciences, to please come on the dais and join us. Ms. Nagma, Dr. Nagma Abbasi, are you there? Please come.
Well, thank you so much, dignitaries on the dais and the audience present here. While addressing, I'm reminded of a joke. The child was supposed to go for an exam and he was supposed to prepare an essay. So he prepared an essay on football match. He ended up in the exam and realized that day in the exam, the teacher has not asked about football match, but she asked a question about your journey, first journey by air. So he, sat down in the exam and looked through the window and said, okay, I started my journey by air, looked through the window down. Some children were playing football and then he wrote the essay about football. So my narrating this is, I was traveling yesterday and somebody told me, sir, you'll have to go there and speak about entrepreneurship. And I landed there and a friend told me that be brief and speak about the topic of the day. Well, it's interesting because my doctorate work is in cybersecurity and my postdoctoral work I did in good governance. So I quite agree with what all sir has.
Education and entrepreneurship are no different.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll be brief, coming on to the good governance, and I'll try and link up with, since I did work on cybersecurity, I did study, and I have been through, setting up networks in some parts of the country and understanding what's happening. Well, some statistics I quickly want to share. In the opening remarks, he did figure out exactly what's happening in the country. You see, very interesting part is we all speak about the revolution which is taking place, we migrating from 2 to 3 to 4 and 5G. Roughly about 38% of the land mass of the country is presently connected today. Like somebody else also said earlier, most of it is still to migrate to 4G, what to talk of 5G. Now, going further, I would say that there are, if you look at the complete country, various state governments, and we quantify the amount of business the government is doing, you will be surprised to see that there are some state governments, where the quantum of work which is happening online is just about 7%. In some, it's going up to 38%. It's all statistics. I have not fussed it. It's what has been given by the state government. So, point I'm trying to bring out, what sir was trying to bring out, is that you may get 5G, we're looking at researching 6G. If you don't transform your work onto the networks, it's of no use. I remember a day when I went to a revenue office, I wanted to do some work and he told me, sir, your reports are not traceable on the server. So can you get it again? So I messaged my son, he was in the UK. He sent me complete documents online, at least in just a few seconds. I handed over to him. The revenue department was not on the networks. So what I'm trying to bring out is that you may do any amount of transformation of the networks. If the government business does not transform on the networks, well, it doesn't deliver. So you can keep this presentation out. Yeah. So what I want to hint at is that not much has happened in the government space. A lot has happened. A large amount of transformation is taking place. The point which I want to sort of highlight is that unless we do not transform our business onto the networks will not be able to deliver what we want to. That is point number one. Point number two is in good governance, as sir was pointing out, in good governance, one of the most important aspect is the aspect of reaching out to complete masses, the aspect of providing the governance to each and every one in the country. Now, if you have to reach out to everyone in the country, there's only one way which you can do it, and that's by putting your business onto the networks. And that can only happen if your networks are reaching out to everyone. So it goes without saying that if good governance has to be pushed across the country, it has to be driven over the networks, which can only be possible when you have networks reaching each and every corner of the country. So 5G or any amount of networks, whether 2, 3, or 4, or 5G, whatever we can provide, it is a vehicle to deliver good governance. Now we go further ahead a step, and when you start analyzing how does good governance actually get delivered, you will realize a lot of it has got to do with accountability, a lot of it has got to do with responsibility, a lot of it is to do with credibility of the delivery agencies. All that can only be possible if you automate your services. If you do not do that, then you have a middleman standing in between who will make sure that these services get corrupted and won't get delivered the way they are supposed to be. So again, I come back to the same point that, well, this vehicle of 5G can only deliver good governance if on the far end, there are services which are automated, which are available to the common man on his farm top. So, in nutshell, if I am, keeping the time available, if I am allowed to sum up, is that, well, transformation across the nation, which will be inclusive, can only happen if we have the good governance being driven by the technology. And one of the vehicles of this technology would be 5G. So it goes without saying that there is a push which is going to happen in the economic growth of the country. How much that we'll have to figure out. But yes, it will happen with the transformation taking place in the networks from 4 to 5G. And in times to come, as we reach nooks and corners of the country, well, it will definitely make a difference in terms of transforming the life and the economy of those particular areas. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your brief deliberation. And you rightly talked about, the importance of how the network should reach to everywhere, and the system and all the businesses should also be driven through the network, should reach to the common masses people. And before I move forward, I would like to invite the Deputy Director of Niti Aayog, Shadab M. Khan Sahab, to kindly come on the dais, please. And I would request Mr. Abhishek Dubey to kindly give a bouquet of flowers. So we have changed from bouquet of flowers to a plant, which is more useful now. Mr. Khan is looking after a very important subject in the Niti Aayog, which is infrastructure and mobility. So you know that infrastructure and mobility is very, very important in the economic progress. And he is in that domain, he looks after that. E-mobility has also become a very, very important issue nowadays, because the electric vehicles you will be seeing are, on the roads nowadays, from e-bikes to cars to buses. So India is being electrified through the e-mobility movement, and he is the man behind who is making policy and getting it implemented through the governments at central level and also the state level. Moving forward, I would like to invite Mr. Ajay Rao. He's a very important personality, founder and CEO of Emija Supply Chain Services. Because whatever you are producing, whatever you are making, if it doesn't reaches to the people, so the market economy will not move forward faster. And before that, I have a very small interruption because Advocate Tiwari has to leave, and we have a tradition to give him, a token of love to him and respect to him, to Dr. Advocate Murari Tiwari ji. Now I would like to invite Mr. Ajay Rao to talk about the supply chain, and I would request you to kindly please one of the speakers.
Good morning to our Chief Guest, His Excellency Roger Lashman, esteemed dignitaries, members of the media, and ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to thank Business Connect magazine for organizing this event, 5G to 5T, and inviting me to speak to all of you. I am Ajay Rao, founder and CEO of Visa Supply Chain Services. Visa is a leading player in the field of supply chain and e-commerce enablement for consumer brands. We help brands sort of grow their business online and offline through our network of warehouses and fulfillment centers across the country. And in this forum, the whole topic is about 5G to 5T, and what is implied in this entire thing is growth. And growth comes with economic activity and growth in economic activity. And at the heart of this economic activity and sort of the backbone of this economic activity is going to be supply chains. And therefore, as we grow, it's very, very important and very, very critical that we grow our supply chains and we sort of enhance our supply chains responsibly and that they grow sustainably. So this is a topic that's very, very important to me, and I would like to spend a few minutes talking about this. Supply chains globally are the largest contributor of emissions and greenhouse gases. Almost 27% of the total emissions in the world are contributed to supply chains by the burning of fossil fuels in our cars, trucks, ships, and planes. Second to this is electric power, generation of electric power, which is 25%, followed by industry, which is about 24%. So if you look at it, almost 75% of global emissions and greenhouse gases are contributed by your commerce activity. So therefore, we as business leaders have a responsibility to the world to ensure that we hand it back to the world better than we received it. So therefore, we have to be very, very cognizant of our business and the impact that it has on the environment. I would like to cover a few simple and practical initiatives that we within supply chain domain can undertake to ensure that that things are sustainable and that we leave the world a better place. Today, if you look at it in India, grade A warehousing, which is the top tier of warehousing, is growing at about 20% year on year. As of 2022, we have close to 80 million square feet of warehousing across the country. This is a massive amount of real estate, and that will just only in grade A. There is a very, very large opportunity here to convert the rooftops of this 80 million square feet to solar. Solar power generated on top of the rooftops of these grade A warehouses can drive the entire operations within the warehouses and fulfillment centers and reduce the dependence on our power grids. So this is one initiative that we can undertake to reduce our dependence on power and reduce the generation of that. Second, whilst e-commerce is a boon and it's an extreme convenience to us, it also generates a significant amount of waste. There's a lot of paper, cardboard, plastic that's created. So therefore, as responsible businesses, we need to ensure that we use recyclable paper, we avoid one-time plastic. So these are simple things that we can do as businesses to improve sustainability of our e-commerce supply chains. Third is today in India, we are producing almost 8 million e-commerce shipments a day. That translates to 1 billion shipments every 4 months. In each of these shipments, we put in 2 A5 size papers. One is the shipping label, which goes on top of the box. And the second is the invoice that goes inside the box. Now today, due to GST requirements and government requirements, we are required to print a physical invoice, which goes inside the box. If we were to replace this with a simple QR code, which can be put outside the box, and you scan the QR code and you get the invoice electronically, you can save 3 billion pieces of paper a year. Now this, it has a significant impact on the environment. Simple things. Just requires someone to put their mind to it and get it done. The next thing is the use of more and more electric vehicles for last mile deliveries. Again, with e-commerce, all of you must be receiving packages day in and day out of the house. Today, a lot of those deliveries are done by bikes and by vehicles, and not a lot by electric vehicles. So today, if we are able to sort of do more and more deliveries through EVs, that again will reduce your carbon footprint, that will reduce your cost of operations. But the challenge is that today, when India produces 1 million EVs a year, only 6 to 7% of that are commercial vehicles. The main issue here is twofold. One is we don't have enough options and choices from the manufacturers on the commercial side. Once we have a lot of choices on the passenger side, we don't have a lot of choices on the commercial side. Second is the lack of charging infrastructure. So if that comes into place, we will be able to sort of implement EVs more and more towards for your last mile deliveries of e-commerce. Businesses globally need to start thinking more and more about sustainability. What are some of the simple measures that they can take? There needs to be transparency in terms of knowing where your materials are produced, how do they get to you, what are the underlying labor practices there, what is the impact on the environment. People need to start thinking about this. Businesses need to continue to look at reducing waste within their supply chain, reducing emissions within their supply chain through better utilization and through better effective measures. Businesses need to start sourcing materials responsibly. What does that mean? You need to start finding suppliers and partners who follow ethical practices, who follow sustainable practices. So consciously, we need to take these calls. So in conclusion, each of us know our spheres of business very, very well. And if we all introspect, I'm sure we can find simple and easy ways to get started on the journey of reducing our carbon footprint. We must not look outwards for someone to lead the way. The change begins within. The change begins with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rao. You talked about the supply chain and you talked about the processes and you talked about the e-mobility, which is very, very important. Yesterday, we had a long conference here in another hotel, Meridian, about the e-vehicles and all. So from e-vehicle, let's talk about the life sciences. Everything is important to reach the dream of 5 trillion economy, from the technology to supply chain to the life sciences. And I would like to invite Dr. Nagma Abbasi, founder and CEO, NextGen Life Sciences Private Limited. And she is also going to talk about opportunities and challenges in the biotechnology, life sciences, and healthcare industry for startups in India. In the post-COVID era, this has become very, very important. If you are not well, you cannot do anything. So let's invite Dr. Nagma Abbasi. A big round of applause.
Very good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for having me here. I'm so thankful to Business Connect magazine to having me here and invited as a speaker and given me a chance to address such a energy-packed gathering. And as today's topic is 5G to 5T, right? Because it's all and my segment, which is biotechnology, is, you know, after IT, the most upcoming and growing sector in India. So as now after COVID, everybody whosoever was not able to understand RT-PCR and things, everybody our laymen now in today's world know what is RT-PCR. So, though this is the segment after IT, which is really important in today's world scenario after pandemic and before that as well. So healthcare, the life sciences, and the research in the biotechnology field. What I feel, I understand that the government of India is making, and this market is growing slowly, not very like as any other, because India is now taking so many initiatives in biotechnology sector. Still, a lot has to be done here, and biotechnology is adding a lot of things, more into economy of India and globally. So the countries like US and Europe is already developed countries who are working more towards in healthcare sector and the research segment, and India is progressing towards it. So in last 5 years or 6 years, the Indian government has taken a lot of initiatives for their startups. So today I will be talking about the opportunities for the startups in the biotechnology healthcare sector. So all the techpreneurs, the people who are into being, I am from academics, being a scientist myself, and then I moved into starting my own startup. So I feel that today's world, the precision medicines in the healthcare sector, the genome editing to address a lot of diseases globally, which is very much the health concern of the people, and then in the agriculture for development of the high yielding varieties. So a lot of this is the area, this is the new opportunities, and after COVID, the vaccine development, the drug development. So these are the area which is really progressive, and a lot of startups are coming, and people from this technology sector, the biotechnology sector, are moving towards it. So this is a big opportunity for the people who are studying the biotechnology right now. And it will definitely add up lot of, as we have seen, the Indians supplied a lot of vaccines after COVID and in the COVID era to the neighboring countries. So it is a very upcoming sector, and which will definitely add into the economy. And it is the area which will be covering all the sectors of research and health, which is really important in India. The healthcare sector and the drug development is, I feel, is a key area where every people need a health insurance, and the disease, as we have seen in COVID, in the beginning we have procured a lot of COVID testing kits, but after within 6 months, a lot of startups coming up together, and they started making their own Make in India kits in COVID testing kits. So now a lot of startup, it's a new after COVID, and people understand more value of biotechnology and research in the biotechnology sector. So I feel it's a big opportunity in India for the startups in the sector of healthcare and life sciences and biotechnology, and it will be adding up to the economy. So now India is able to manufacture. Earlier we were good in IT and things and lot of, but now India is developing a lot of agricultural varieties. In the legumes and all in the agriculture sector, and which will be helping to the world in the things like, which is globally also a question that if you see African countries and other countries, neighboring countries, where food is again an issue. So I feel this is the new opportunities, and of course challenges are there because biotechnology research needs a lot of funding. So we are looking forward to the big investors who can invest in India. And even within the India, a lot of people are now, you see the big, in the COVID era as well, a lot of big companies like SpiceJet, they invested in the healthcare sector. Now Serum Institute, they were only doing with the vaccine. Now they came up, they collaborate with my lab and done things in the biotechnology research sector. So I feel it's a challenging because it needs a lot of investment, and other challenge is a lot of regulatory, in like CRISPR kind of a technology, it needs a lot of ethical and regulatory things, approvals from the government, and our government is working on that. Of course, this is challenge for this right now, and and the people should come forward and study science and about the technology in the healthcare and biotechnology. So I feel, and a lot of we have to be progressing. A lot has to be done It's already, people are doing, government is doing a lot of initiatives, but a lot has to be done in this sector. So I feel like government will, help, it will grow forward. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
Thanks a lot. Everybody has expectations from the government. Naturally, we are waiting for the budget. And our keynote speaker, eminent personality, Dr. Prajapati Trivedi, is seeking your permission to allow him to go for another meeting. So I would request Abhishek ji to kindly come on the stage. And I would also request one very important personality is sitting among you. All of you are important personalities, dignitaries. A very charming lady who had been a channel head in United States of America, who had been channel head CEO of Z Television, which you know, all of you. And she had been the CEO of Lok Sabha Television also. She is here, Ms. Seema Gupta. I would like to invite her to felicitate Dr. Prajapati Trivedi with Mr. Abhishek Dubey. Ms. Seema Gupta. You jointly can give the memento, token of love to Dr. Trivedi. We have with us Dr. Manoj Kumar Pateria, the Director of Indian Council of Agriculture Research under the Ministry of Agriculture. He will be joining us with in the second session. He has already arrived. I welcome him. You just stand up so that everybody knows about you. A big round of applause for him. And moving forward, I would like to invite Mr. Amit Bhatia ji. Aapki baat aa gayi sir. सिक्योरिटी का मसला है, वो भी कंप्यूटर की सिक्योरिटी का, तो गड़बड़ न हो जाए, सब उसके सारे सप्लाई चेन सब चीजें खराब हो जाएंगी. हम 5G से 5T की ओर बढ़ना चाहते हैं और रोज चोरी हो रही है. तो how you think and how you suggest to us little bit. You are the expert of ID modernization also. You are the expert of the cloud computing and cloud strategy also. And in the last, security, which is very, very important. But my only request, an anchor has a very bad role to restrict everybody to, be brief, kindly be brief. A big round of applause for it.
Everyone, thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my mind. I think that kind of focus I just got over the speech while getting on the podium, right? It's somewhat trivial. But anyways, I also speak about something about the 5G to 5T also, right? The very important point which have made already before me, right, is one, the availability. The other one is the implementation. We have the resources, we have the thought process, we have everything. The only thing is the implementation doesn't happen at much, it doesn't take so long, right? It does take so long for us to implement. And that's where, specifically with the IT, right, the things get changed when we can, right? So every 6 months you see something new coming up, the old one goes off, right? So it's very important, right, is to have the availability, is to have, if I may this one, the implementation is very important. So let's say the 5G comes over, we already have 4G, right? You can also make a point here that the availability of the 4G network in the remote areas, right, are not so good. Or it's getting better now, right? So it means whatever we get new with the technology, right, it doesn't go surpass the others. So it's also important that we should get aware of. We have to get some of the awareness programs get into place. We have to try to push them. There would be a lot of programs which I personally have seen the government of India is taking the initiatives to get this along up to remote areas now.
So the second thing I want to address here is the opportunities we have. So getting a 5G would not get us to 5G, correct? 5G give us a good speed, give us a good give us a good speed. At the same time, it also gives us the opportunity to get more on the digital platform. But at the same time, it's important that this has to be taken as an opportunity. Reason being, because if we get a lot of new companies coming up, right, they should start building up their apps. They should start getting more e-commerce or the other applications, business applications. So if you see a decade before, right, any company gets launched, right, they get launched on the website. And we were so good to go and the entire production of the website itself. Nowadays, what happened? The trend got changed. The very first thing the company wants to get launched, or they have to do something, they come up with a mobile app, right? So that's a shift, right? That's where people get more connected. So a lot of companies, for their support, right, have a chat as a medium where the people, they go, they give their concerns, voting and all that stuff. So we have to take this also as an opportunity that getting a 5G and how 5G gets in help us get to 5G is to have the business build up, and we have that capability. The only thing is implementation. The only thing is at times we just get shy away or we just delay ourselves. In the meantime, the technology gets changed. In the meantime, you get a lot of other stuff where your ideas may have to revise, right? So that's the other thing I need to focus on. The last thing I would focus on is cybersecurity. That's we have 5G, we have apps, right? We have cybersecurity. So I'm just pointing out the thing which the gentleman has said. So it also happens with me, being a chief information security officer, I have to deal with cybersecurity. There are a lot of majority of the times when I report something, or we report something, right? It gets in the file. It takes time until the time you start getting the answers, right? Interest is already gone. You already have given up, right? Now we have to also strengthen that departments as well, right? Cybersecurity is, I personally believe, we generally, I have seen that, so I'm not blaming, but majority of us, right? We see at getting, we have to get this security in place. It's not because of the safety, it's because of the norms we have to follow, right? One of the instances you recently have seen in the news, right? There's something happened with the AIMS, so data got hacked, right? Now, all the government bodies have started working on it. But after the third day, they get to know that almost 3 months before, it's already in place. Someone has put something in the system and the data has been stolen and they have stopped the service, wherein you have to just move from digital world to the paperwork, right? How bad is it? Even though we have ISO 27001, even though we have other compliances. One of the other example I want to just highlight, right, when I say the implementation piece. We've been talking about for almost 4 years regarding the PII, Personal Data Information Security, correct? There are rules, regulations in a lot of Western countries, and it's been followed also. But we are still in discussion. And Amit Shah and other people, they have tried to enforce this now, even after having 4 rounds of. Rather, I've been with the numbers there, right? I've been told, or the numbers I've seen, right, that there already have been 89 meetings have been held and amendments have been done. And even though after 4 years, they're still discussing that whether we have to get it wrong. So this is where the problem is. We don't have to go with the people. We don't have to. We always believe that the security comes because we have to follow certain regulations. One of these taxes I'll just give it to you. In 2022, right, the cloud computing, right, market has done $300 billion. In 2025, it's going to be $800 billion business. And in 2030, my estimation is this is somewhere between $2.5 to $3 trillion market. We have that scope. Now, why I'm giving you this example. Majority of the Indian companies take their servers, networks, everything. The majority of their piece is there in US region, right? In Europe region. We've been the company, the Indian company, we are hosting our servers in US region. What happens? The investment goes in the US region for US, for European countries. Why we are not doing it here? Because we ourselves are not so sure whether our data is protected or not. Why so? We have to think about it, and we have to really think about it, that this $1 trillion, right, investments by 2020, 2030, right? We can take that share, we have that, but the only thing is security for us is just the policies. That's what I personally believe. We have to take it personally in all the areas, and we have to take it seriously. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amit Bhatia. And now I'm inviting Mr. Shatrughan Singh, co-founder and MD, Adonis India Private Limited. Please come and share your views and try to connect with the topic of the day. Again, requesting you to kindly be brief. A big round of applause, yaar. Aap log to chup kar jaate.
Good morning, everyone. I'm from Adonis India, and we are into warehousing and distribution services. So when we talk about the warehousing and we think about the give services to any of the customer, we believe to give services to customer, they can see the material in my warehouse in one box where we park. For any of the process implementation in the warehouse, we need the technology. Because without technology, you cannot give the services to customer which you require. If you are thinking you have to give the good services to the client, but if you don't have the technology, you can't give. Or you can give the one certain level, you cannot go on the beyond of your expectation of all the customers. So yes, technology is the backbone of any of the company or any of the, we can say the warehouse or any of the industry. So we welcome to the technologies. Thank you so much.
I must thank you for being so brief. And now is the time to invite Dr. Ms. Rashmi Kumar. डॉक्टर से ज्यादा इफेक्टिव हैं आप, CEO Decode Consulting Services Private Limited, बैंगलोर। मिस रश्मि कुमार के लिए एक जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए।
Okay, well, I think it's good afternoon to everybody, a very good afternoon to everybody. And first of all, let me thank Business Connect team for organizing an amazing event today. And thank you all for being here. As we are talking about 5G to 5T, we, of course, are talking about big numbers, big targets. But for us to reach that target, there is, all of us have to contribute for the same, each of us, right? And for us to do that, I think one of the biggest strengths our country has is the entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are the courageous ones who said, instead of only me making money and me contributing to the 5 trillion economy, I'm also going to ensure I create that by creating employment and creating jobs and creating more millionaires and billionaires in the system. So keeping that in mind, what we also talk about is if an entrepreneur has to succeed, from 5G to 5T, there are also 5 pillars of areas that an entrepreneur needs to focus in order to succeed in his or her venture as such.
With that in mind, I know we are all different, so we have all different age group and various forms of people that are here. But can I apologize and also take the liberty of asking all of you to please stand up? Thank you so much, appreciate it. And can I also ask you to jump? One more try. Thank you so much. Please be seated. Well, that was just a small, simple activity that we did. One, yes, I wanted to get your energy back in, that's all. And at the same time, I also wanted to get your notice to one of the important elements, though we are talking about 5G, but what we also need to focus is on our goal, right? And when I said jump, nobody asked me how high, for how long, how many times, nobody asked, you just jumped in. And that's exactly what we do not have to do. If we don't have a goal, we cannot reach there. And that's why the forums like Business Connect is also setting up goals for us so that we know what is that we need to do in order to help them succeed, help ourselves succeed, and also focus on the areas that our government is focusing on. With that, I'll just briefly tell you about the 5 elements an entrepreneur needs to focus on in order to succeed. A, people. Of course, if you have to succeed, you cannot do it alone. Alone, you can go so far, but with a team, you definitely can achieve greater heights. And we've been talking about this since morning. We need leadership. 80% of any success is through the leadership. And at the same time, the 20% is the most critical factor. That's your team that helps you grow. The second thing is process. I think Mr. Prajapati ji, who was there earlier, also gave a leeway to my point that yes, systems are very, very important. People can change mind, but systems don't fall. So process is very, very important. Third thing, when you grow to a certain level, if you have to multiply the growth, then you need to take help of technology so that you don't fail anywhere. So people, process, technology is very, very important. The fourth thing, of course, you definitely need to know business. You know your business, what are the different ways to know, increase your business development, how to diversify, when to diversify. That is what you need to know. And fifth, and definitely the most important point, and the earlier gentleman also told about the same thing, is visibility, creating a good governance to reach out to people, right? Because the formula is very simple, VCP. Visibility creates credibility, and credibility creates profitability. And that is what we want to focus on. And as entrepreneurs, we are the pillars who can actually help in the major of the 5 trillion economy that we want to build. With that, I would like to conclude and thank all of you for being here, and please make the best of the day. My name is Rashmi. I run a strategy consulting firm called Decode, and we help in building your growth strategy and help you achieve your goal. Thank you.
I must thank you, especially for making us jump here in this hall. And that reminded me about the COVID era when, कभी हमने दिया जलाया, कभी थाली बजाई. एक दिन आपको पार्लियामेंट में बुलाऊं, मेरी इच्छा है, और कहूं कि सारे सांसदों को एक बार जंप लगवा दो. So, we are at the end of this first session. We have a wonderful, deliberations by all eminent speakers. They talked about various aspects of your economy, market, supply chain, education, and how from 5G to 5 trillion economy we will be reaching. And we already have, senior panelists and eminent guests for the next session, which includes Mr. R.K. Srivastava, a very senior bureaucrat who had been the executive director of National Center for Design under the Ministry of Textiles, and also he is on the board of director of EVA company. So he will be invited in the next session. And at the end, I would request our honorable chief guest, Consular General of Georgia in South Africa, so kindly give your concluding remarks. Please come. A big round of applause, please.
Good afternoon to each and every one of you here. It is actually a privilege. Thank you to Business World for the Business Connect for the invitation. Sorry, and Mr. Operation Pandey, thank you for being such a good friend for the last few months and so. And thank you so much, esteemed guests here on the panel. So I was born in South Africa. I'm of Indian descent, third generation. But I don't have, I've been visiting India for 50 or 20 times over my lifetime. I still plan to be visiting much more. I'm here also to participate in the B20 transparent to the G20. So I will be going to Parliament tomorrow, participating in those meetings. One of the good things that India has, we'll talk about 5G soon. But one of the good things that it has is that it has the largest population of the youth, under 30. And that is the enormous opportunity where it has the largest workforce in the world that will be able to strengthen this economy. Like my previous esteemed panelists have spoken, there's no reason why India should not have reached 5G. And it should have been done already by now. So I want to just give some of my perspectives of some of my time that I've spent in India and my travels. It's important for 5G to digitalization is very important. But the use of digitalization by government and even some private entities is lacking. Because if you don't use it, it's there, and you don't use it, what is the point of getting it out? Is it only for using it for WhatsApp, Facebook, and all of those things? Or we should be using it for productive means, right? So as India enters the dawn of the unwritten era, the youth and women should be also empowered to play a meaningful role. I had an experience, I think somebody mentioned to me just a few days ago about the safety of women. As we move into this era, India must safeguard its women. The female is somebody's mother, is somebody's sister, somebody's wife. But I'm sure many of you women feel very vulnerable, you feel very unsafe, especially when you're traveling at night. If you have to leave some conference in the evening and you're traveling at night in the Uber or something like that. It must stop. This abuse of women by, must stop now. There's no ifs, there's no buts. The woman, she must be respected. I travel often to Georgia because I represent the country of Georgia in South Africa. And often I have to leave the city, Georgia, for those of you who've been there, is one of the most safest cities in the world. Women can walk with their dogs after midnight. I've seen that. In the city of Tbilisi, you'll walk with your dog, women are walking with their dogs alone. Nobody is interfering with them, nobody is asking them for something or taking advantage of them. Now, as India moves forward, that respect from us has to be there. But whilst we're talking about 5G to 5T, and I think entrepreneurship, one of the esteemed panelists also said, entrepreneurship is the important part of growing this economy. So as you enter the entrepreneurial arena, there's rules. When you become a business person, you're no longer an employee, you're no longer a staff working, just doing your thing, going to work, getting your salary at the end of the month. But understand that there's taxes to be paid, there's record keeping the money in the bank, under the mattress is not helping the economy. You're not growing this economy by keeping money under the mattress, because there are services that need to be paid for. You know, in government is providing a lot of services. That's arguable. I'm sure in any country that is always arguable. But it needs to be done. There's rules and regulations that need to be done. I'm going to skip through some of my speech because of the essence of time. But what I want to say is discipline. Discipline is one of the most important words when running a business. And entrepreneurs need to be disciplined. If you're not disciplined, you're not going to be a successful entrepreneur. Corporate governance is important to implement when you are starting your fledgling business, when you're starting a small plant. You know, if you put that plant in the wind and without nurturing that plant, it will grow in the way in which the wind is pushing it. But even if the wind is there and you keep massaging that plant to grow straight, it's going to do that. So therefore, corporate governance should start not when you have boardroom meetings and a full board and all of that. Start with corporate governance issues right at the beginning. Implement that, because by the time you grow your business, you will already have been inculcated in the domain of corporate governance. That is an important area for businesses to succeed. For those of you who know, I'm an expert in ethics and integrity and in anti-corruption. So I'm not going to leave this podium without speaking about that. Ethics are principles that guide behavior. So that could be put into place by policies and procedures and all of that. But integrity is inside us. You are born with it, you are nurtured with it, you're growing up with it in your life. But these two things are so important when running a business, because essentially when you run a business, you are delivering on certain promises that you make. And there are various stakeholders that you make promises to: customers, your staff, your shareholders in some cases, etc. So promises need to be kept. And you know, when you, like if you are making tables and chairs and you promise a customer that I will deliver this by this date, make sure you know it is delivered on that particular date, because maybe he has some wedding of his daughter or something, and they need this table and chairs, right? So you're not keeping up that promise. You are not fulfilling his own mandate to have a successful function. And you don't know what it is that the person is doing. I'm just giving you a simple example. There are many, many things, obviously. But that is an important area, is promises. If you make a promise, ensure that it is kept, because you don't know what is on the other side that the person is expecting. Now, one of my own tenets that I've seen, is perseverance. If you don't persevere, you might be wanting to do something, and somebody says you apply for a license, you got everything sorted out, you know that you apply for this license, and somebody says they turn you down for the license. Just don't walk away and say, okay, now I can't start this business because my license has been denied. You must understand that maybe it was some clerk who was assessing your application late in the afternoon, and then he or she needed to run to go to some, somewhere, and didn't fully check everything. Perseverance means I would then, pick up the phone and say, listen, let me review this. Let's check it. Why is it not? Maybe even take it up with the person, right up to the CEO level, to say, let's deal with it, in some ways. Let them deal with it from the top down, rather than you fighting with the junior staff and working your way up, because you'll get frustrated. But I know that time is of essence, and I don't want to continue too much taking up your time. And so I really, wish India well as it chairs the G20. India is also part of the BRICS, and I think there is certainly great ambition for India to succeed. In all of that, I wish you well, and thank you for a lovely conference.
In fact, I was asking a small question to you. I was not interrupting. In fact, you concluded on the right time. So I was just asking one simple and very short, crisp question to you. What is in Georgia which is not in India? One thing, if you can just highlight so that the people can get benefited, especially in terms of, business practices or maybe ease of doing business. If you think that this is one thing which India to introduce for the benefit of, accelerating the businesses.
Sure, I'll give you a few points, but I'll be very quick. Number one is regulation. Red tape, cut the red tape out. There's too much of red tape. When you start, and I think that is the thing where Mr. Patel was talking about these 1,500 areas where they already had. The red tape must be reduced. Now, also access to people like, in Georgia, you can have access. I've got the telephone number, mobile phone numbers of many of the ministers, and not only because I'm the representative of Georgia, but anybody can on their business card, they have their mobile numbers. So you can pick up the phone and call the minister and say, listen, I've got this problem. So accessibility to important people. I mean, they're important, but they must be accessible, right? Without abuse. So that when you inculcate that, it reduces them. And but the most important thing is also safety. Right? And there's respect for everybody. I tried to come by train just so that I experienced the Shatabdi Express coming from Chandigarh. But when you get to the station, it was a pleasant journey. You get to the station, but you get ordered by taxis and all of that, who all are trying to rip you off. We must change that. Let's do that. But so talking about Georgia, safety is number one concern. You'll find police are all over, not because they want to, that there's crime, but they're there for prevention and for comfort of tourists. And that is why it has grown by 10% even between 2021 and 2022. But the economy is growing. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Excellency Rosa Rajendra Lachman, the Consul General of Georgia and South Africa. And with this remark of the chair and our chief guest, this session is over. I would request the panelists, eminent panelists of this session to kindly take to your seats in the house. Please. And now I would request Ms. Shailaja Taneja. She is a former senior official of United Nations and an expert on the healthcare and other issues, UNSDG, to kindly come to moderate the next session. Naturally, handing over to you in a tight, span of time. So I would also request you to kindly keep it very short and brief and invite all our panelists. I would be inviting Major General Rajan Kochar, Vice Chairman, National Council of News and Broadcasting, if he has arrived. In fact, he had to. So, Dr. Manoj Kumar Pateria, Director, CSIR, National Institute of Science and Communication and Information Resources, under the Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India, to kindly come on the dais, please. Dr. Manoj Kumar Pateria. I would request Shadab and Khan Saab. He is not feeling well. He has a bad cough and bad throat. So if you like to be there, you can relax. But I would request Mr. R.K. Srivastava, Executive Director, National Center for Design under the Ministry of Textile, Government of India, to kindly come on the dais, please. And I would also request Mr. Venkat Siva Reddy, CEO and MD, G&D Solutions Private Limited, Bangalore, to please come on the dais. Master Dr. Vani Kumar Kabir, please come on the dais. She is the founder of Vani Kabir Multiverse Private Limited, very popular on the Instagram and YouTube. Please come. Mr. Kundan Gaurav, co-founder, Transgeneration Creation Private Limited, Mumbai. Are you there? Please come. Mr. Santosh Kumar Sahu, Director, Co-founder and CEO, Go Green Warehouse Private Limited, Ahmedabad. So you want to, the greenhouses, the warehouses also become green? Anyway, so, and Mohammed Athar Parvez Ahmad, founder and CMD, Hillmark Infra and Joint Services Private Limited, Bangalore. Kindly come on the dais if you're there in the house. Okay, Mr. Gaurav Kumar Chawla, GKC Consultants OPC Private Limited. Are you there? Yeah, please come. And at the last, Mr. Nikhilesh Tiwari, founder and CEO, Spay Technology Private Limited, Delhi. Are you there?
Good afternoon, everyone, and we welcome you to the next session where we have all the senior panelists with us. I would request Mr. Abhishek Dubey to please come and welcome our panelists. Please, I would request Mr. Abhishek to please welcome Major General Rajiv Kocha. Dr. Manoj Kumar, please, with that. Let's welcome Mr. Venkata Shivareddy. Big hand. Thank you and welcome, sir. Now, I would request you to welcome Master Dr. Vani Kubin. Let's welcome Mr. Kundan Gaurav. Thank you. Let's welcome Mr. Santosh Kumar Sahu. Thank you so much. Now we can welcome Mohammed Athar Parvez Ahmad. Okay, so we have Mr. Gaurav Kumar Chawla. We have Mr. Nikhilesh Tiwari. So we'll welcome Mr. R.K. Srivastava. So, I hope we have welcomed everybody in the class. Thank you. So let's proceed to the session, and once again, I would like to thank our panelists for being here with us, with all the knowledge that they have brought here from the sector that they have excelled into, and let's move the session. And as we have been hearing since morning, and we have heard our Prime Minister Shri Modi ji that there is a big announcement that he has made that India will meet a target, which is a very ambitious target, to touch $5 trillion economy by 2024-25. And a lot of people have their own opinions. There are a lot of challenges in different sectors, as it's actually a very ambitious kind of a target we are looking at. So from 5G to 5T that we are discussing since morning, I would request our panelists to kindly throw some light, some ideas, and they are the thought leaders to actually shape up the journey ahead. So I would request Dr. Manoj Kumar Kataria to please come and share.
Thank you and very good afternoon to all of you, my fellow panelists, all delegates, guests, and dear participants. I am delighted to be able to share some of my estate thoughts on this occasion. Some basic ideas how to encourage entrepreneurship to achieve the target of the nation that is given by the Prime Minister. This is $5 trillion economy, and so on and so forth. I would also like to put on record my appreciation for this wonderful networking event being organized by my best friend, Sri Pareswar Pandeyji and his colleagues, the entire team. I congratulate them for this wonderful occasion. Well, we have been now marching ahead further in 21st century with renewed visions, renewed targets, renewed optimism, a number of endeavors being put together by our enterprise, industry, startups, innovators, and scientists all together. At the same time, there are some fundamental issues, as very rightly mentioned by preceding session's chief guest, Honorable Consular General of Georgia, who is from Indian origin. These are really very, very important for moving forward, that overall, whatever we do, whether we achieve these targets and SDGs, the above all is the human welfare and the peace. And he has very pertinently mentioned three issues: the red tapeism, access to services, and safety. Every time when I come from outside and land in railway station in Delhi, I get all the time, I get a shock for the same thing. I think it must be happening with all of us, all of you. You must have experienced.
You are thronged by a number of people who are just trying to snatch away disproportionate money from your pocket. Be it anybody. We have somehow able to maintain this at the airports. Why we should not maintain at the railway stations? And whenever I get any foreign guest, they get a cultural shock. They call it cultural shock. It is all the way different beyond their assimilation, beyond their understanding. So that need to be corrected. Besides having the whatever we are marching ahead to achieve the material success and material life. It also came to my knowledge, and you will be kindly appreciate. Recently, I was attending a very high-level meeting, and it was revealing to me that something like 96% precision technology we are importing from outside, 96%. Whereas India is the home of third largest scientifically and technologically trained manpower in the world. Then what is missing? Why this huge difference? What we are doing? For that purpose, I may recall the statement given by one of the Director Generals of CSIR, where I have been working for a long time, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar. He used to say that whenever it comes to converting Saraswati to Lakshmi, we find it difficult. He means to say Saraswati means concept, science, innovation. But when it comes to converting that Saraswati into Lakshmi means making money, technology, industry, precision, we find it difficult. So I think that is the one element that has been missing in our consciousness, our endeavors, in our efforts. I think that is need to be bring in and brought in and inculcated in the minds of the younger generation, especially who are moving forward from the enterprise. And for that purpose, we have been discussing about the scientific temper, as given as per the constitutional requirement of our country. It is one of the fundamental duties to develop the scientific temper, humanism, and spirit of inquiry and reform. But at the same time, suppose I belong to the Department of Science and Technology. So these science and technology, they come together. Science is a concept, as I said in the beginning, and technology is the application of that concept. So if there is a scientific temper, there has to be something like a technological temper. Technological temper means, in my opinion, when we are using our head and hands together to synchronize both of them to achieve excellence. Because excellence should be the target. Unless we have the excellence, we cannot compete in this highly competitive world. So every time for this meeting, this competition, we have to look towards the developed nations or the Western countries for getting this precision technology to empower our growth engine, that is entrepreneurship or whatsoever. Unless we are able to produce ourselves, unless we are able to export. So that is the change. Sooner the better. We are looking for the India to bring in, then I think we can move forward with a lot of vision and achieving all these targets set forth for all of us in the years to come. I would also like to mention at this moment, especially for the consumption of younger generation, we have a tendency to satisfy ourselves. There is a principle called 80-20 principle. 80% काम करने के बाद हम सोच लेते हैं बहुत हो गया, ठीक है? And we leave 20% for tomorrow and or not required. But as a matter of fact, the excellency lies in the remaining 20% in one go. So if we are able to attune the minds of our youngsters, our own minds, to achieve the excellence, we have to accomplish the task to the level of 100% at one go. Because who knows, once we leave in between, and next time when we again start from the zero, we have to start from again. And we never achieve to that. We never are able to achieve or touch the point of excellence. So this excellence, in my opinion,
requires two basic attributes. That is the technological temperament that I said, synchronization of head and hands. Generally, what happens? There is a conflict that goes on in the society also. Those who are educated, they say we will do only white collar job. We will work only through head. And those who are illiterate or less literate, they will do our labor work. This conflict also goes on in our body. So we have to have a synchronization between both of them. When we are able to synchronize, we are bound to achieve the excellence. And for that purpose, we require this 80-20 principle to complete in one go to make it 100% success. Incidentally, there are a number of programs being offered by the Department of Science and Technology. There is a board called the National Science Technology Entrepreneurship Development. You can take advantage of it. They have incubator support systems. They have innovation support system. So those who are looking for that, they can also go for it. There is Technological Development Board. They are providing this risk capital for innovation and enterprise. So there are a number of programs and activities available in the government sector, as Dr. Pandey, Mr. Pandey has said, that most of us are looking towards government. Yes, government has some of the programs, and you can access these programs and take advantage of it. And I would conclude by saying that our youngsters, they really have a very good future, because number of programs are coming up by NITI Aayog, that Atal Innovation Mission, Atal Tinkering Lab. So all of us may take advantage of these programs and move forward to achieve the vision of our Prime Minister, to achieve the 5 trillion plus economy in this country. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for this insight and sharing your thoughts and inspiring the audience with your ideas. And now I would request Mr. Venkat Reddy to kindly come and share the news that he will share with us. And thank you, Omkareshwarji, for being with us for this time as well. Please.
Good afternoon, all. So first, let me thank to Business Connect team who invited me here. So Business Connect team is not just connecting the business, but they are also connecting the dots in business. So I could see that very clearly. So I really appreciate it. So now coming to the topic of the day, that is 5G to 5T. I do not know who actually coined this. So synchronous, so rhythm word 5G to 5T. Okay. So it's easy to achieve the economic targets as long as we have a right system and right tools in place. I'm here to talk about food wastage, how to minimize that and what is the impact. Probably before I talk about the topic, so I would like to just touch base upon 5G to 5T. So to me, the technology is the tool, right? So technology cannot take us anywhere unless we use it in the right form, right manner. And as I said, it's just like a tool, right? So if you have a good tool, you can do a better job. If your tool is very old or not very efficient, so you cannot achieve that, the kind of throughput that you wanted, right? So of course, we all know that 5G definitely gives us the better edge in terms of communication, speed, less radiations, more throughput, etc. So we have a good tool, and that is good to achieve the more the targets in terms of whether it is a revenue or projects and etc. So now coming back to this food wastage. Food wastage is the major concern. It's a significant concern across the globe. So almost like 1/3 of food is getting wasted in every year, which is yielding into probably $1 trillion wasting, right? Either it is in the money wise or the effort wise. So there is a wastage, and also this is also yielding into waste of fresh water, and also consuming a lot of carbon footprint. For example, if the 30% of the food is getting wasted, the amount of water that requires to reproduce the food is almost like you lost it, right? And then you also have the transportation, food from one place to another place. The kind of carbon that you're burning, I mean, you're generating the carbon by burning fuel and etc. So it's also getting wasted. So there are a few ways how we can solve those problems. There are if I can segregate it, there are two methods. One is that while producing the food, either it could be farming or preparation. And the second thing is about the preservation and post production process, right? The food harvesting is the most related to the biotechnological related, which are related to the chemicals, pesticides, water, environment related. The second post process is about how well are you preserving the food, whether it is in the transportation time or storage time or delivery duration, right? So most of the actually insights are pointed that the farm produced food is getting wasted because you are not storing it the right temperature levels, and while it is transporting from one place to another place, you might be reaching the temperature levels. Hence, the shelf time is getting lost. If I take example of let's say mushrooms, once it is harvested, if you preserve it in up to 6 degrees or some kind of temperature thresholds, it will give you 20-21 days shelf life. But while it is in the process of harvesting till last mile delivery, there are a lot of the stakeholders involved in this, who are most of the time is unaccountable, right? For example, you can pack it and then hand over to the truck guys, then putting it in the distribution center and then delivering it to the last mile. So in this whole transition, there is no assurance of who manages this right temperature levels, so that the produce comes with the fresh and continue to retain the shelf time is as expected, right? So what we sure. So just to come out of this, we are also coming out some solution where you can monitor the insight of temperature, humidity levels, how it is moving from one place to another place. The system is giving the complete analytics. So by the time that it is arrived, you can scan the barcode. It will tell you that some time left. So based on that, the manager or the respective owner can take a decision how we can optimize and minimize this wastage. So thank you. Just out of time, so I would like to finish this quick. Thank you very much.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward with the speaking session, I would now here interrupt the speaking session because I have a very special announcement to make, ladies and gentlemen, which is the first award of the day that we would like to confer. And to do the honors, I would now invite on stage our chief guest, His Excellency Rajendran Lakshman, Consul General of Georgia, along with Mr. Isam Khan, Deputy Director, Niti Aayog. Can I please have both of you as we request you to do the honors and confer this award, the first award for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, jumping straight into this award category, which is the most promising interior design company 2023, and our jury finds divine innovation the most deserving candidate among all. So we would request the CEO of the company, Mr. Akhilesh Likha, to come up on the stage to receive this honor. A big round of applause of divine innovation.
इसको चालू कर ये
Congratulations once again. Okay, congratulations to Mr. Padmini, our CEO, Divine Innovation, the most promising interior design company 2023. Thank you so much. And I will now hand it over to the moderator for the session, Ms. Shailaja Taneja, to please take it forward, and I will request our dignitaries to please be seated. Thank you. Now, I would like to request Mr. Sunil Dhawan, founder and CEO, on behalf of Shri Niklesh Tiwari, that to please come on stage and join us in this panel. Mr. Sunil Dhawan. Mr. Sunil Dhawan. Once again, I would like to request Mr. Sunil Dhawan to kindly join us for this panel. So in the meanwhile, who joins us, I would like to request Dr. Srivastava to please share his guidance, his knowledge, his thoughts to brighten us our thoughts and ideas to take it forward. And we have a fantastic audience, smiling faces. Kindly welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm especially thankful to Pandey for inviting me in the session, which is very close to my heart. I can speak for hours on this subject, but I will restrict myself only for 3 minutes. The most important thing in entrepreneurship is that what do you like to do? So first of all, you have to understand this, like this is a journey. So you should be very much clear what the passion you have and what you like to do, and then stabilize yourself into the entrepreneurship format. See, in India now the things have changed, and entrepreneurship development, startup funding, funding by the banks, collaterals, this has eased like anything. So don't get into any complexities. Just think of what you want to do. I tell you, with my experience of 38 years with the government, and with also now in last 2 years, I'm nurturing at least 15 startups in the country, which are across the sector, from the drone to EV to everything. So the main thing is that one is you should be passionate about your work. Second, you have to structure your things in such a way that you are honest to yourself. Don't become honest to anybody else. You should be honest to yourself. And then the governance. Here the people would always like to make a quick money. They want to do a funding and get exit. So that should not be the approach. You should nurture the business in such a way that it should last for 100 years or 150 years. You see in Germany, I have seen so many businesses across the world. In Denmark, you won't believe the children are given 1 year compulsory leave after 12th to think what they want to do. And all the people, they don't go for the government service. They go for the entrepreneurship development. So that is what now I'm seeing so many young people, and I'm inspired that you should adopt something like that, which should go ahead for more than 100 years. So next generation will reap the fruit which you have developed now. So my only honest submission to all of you that it's now very easy journey. You like lot of international companies are looking India as their hub. So one should always exploit that opportunity, join their hands. So many international companies want to come because we are the market. We have 1.3 billion people. So every product which needs to be sold, it has to be sold in India only. So whether it is energy, whether it is drone or any other thing. So get yourself restructured, reinvent in such a way that you should become the future entrepreneurs of this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for being so brief and to the point, and giving us an opportunity to take the session forward in a timely manner. As
Thank you so much, Eza. I would one more time like to interrupt you here, but again for good, because we have somebody very special. We have one of our dignitaries whom we would like to take this opportunity to felicitate. I would invite on stage Mr. Abhishek Dubey, Director of Business Connect Magazine, to please do the honors, as we would like to take this opportunity to felicitate Mr. S.M. Khan, Deputy Director, Niti Aayog. He's here with us, and we're so happy and privileged to have him here. Thank you so much, sir. And please join us up the stage. I request Mr. Abhishek Dubey to please do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Mr. S.M. Khan. Thank you so much. And I would now request Ms. Shahrazad one more time to please take it forward.
Thank you so much. As we all are hearing that that different leaders from different sectors have to come together to make this dream become a reality of moving from 5G to 5G and making India a $5 trillion economy. So in this panel of taking it forward, I would like to request Dr. Vani Kabir, who is the founder, Vani Kabir Multiverse Private Limited, to kindly share her thoughts and guidance with all of us. Thank you.
Amalvi, everyone. Amalvi is a one-word prayer, which means I receive hope and magic from the universe. I'm Master Dr. Vani Kabir. I'm a master spiritualist, and what am I doing at the forum where so many things related to technology and tools and energy is being discussed. But I'm the person who talks about the real energy, which is the energy that we have within. The energy that we were blessed with, the soul when it covered the body. We received this energy within ourselves, and we took it forward into being, into who we are today. I have just two very important questions to ask everyone. How many of you look at the phone the first thing in the morning? Please raise your hands and be very honest. You also, right? And how many of you are stressed and you do overthinking? Our entire lives, we run after building something only to realize that the only thing that we were supposed to build was our own health. And a very simple tip for every entrepreneur, and I'm a spiritual entrepreneur, not because I do a spiritual business, which is also what I do, but I bring spirituality into business because we are not human beings having a spiritual experience. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. So we all are spiritual. It's not a road that you have to take or a journey that you have to start or a road knock that once going to open in your life when you're 50 or 60. It is now. My only simple and humble request to everyone sitting in this room is to take out 15 minutes for yourself. Just 15 minutes a day. If you don't know how to meditate, if you don't know what spiritual practices to follow, just sit in silence. Allow your body to understand the things that you have been grappling and grasping over since morning, and give that time of 15 minutes to yourself. If you can't do it in the morning, in the noon time, take a 15 minutes nap. Just sit with yourself for 15 minutes a day, and I promise you, all your turnovers will double. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wani Kabir, for giving us this another aspect, which is very much important. And I somewhere fully aligned with it. Despite of being a professional, working with the UN, I am also a healer at heart. So I could actually connect with the energy that we're talking about. Thank you. So now I would like to request Mr. Santosh Kumar Sahu to kindly join us here and share your thoughts and wisdom and guidance.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So I want to thank the Business Connect because the way Pandeyji has, blessed everybody, they will be calling you again and again. So you cannot escape from any event. So, so I belong to an industry where actually there are a lot of challenges. I belong to an industry called agriculture industry, where there are farmers, there are bullock cart, there are tractors, there are small collection centers where farmer brings their produce. Then there is no buyers. There is a distress sale. They sell it out to pay back their, to the pesticide shops, and these are the things. And there are financiers who charges exorbitantly to the farmers. They have no other option but to take finance to run their business. And there is huge loss. So one of my panelists, he has already told there is a huge loss in the chain, in the agri value chain from farmers to consumers. So Go Green warehouses, in that actually we have started. We are a startup. Whatever I was listening, we have gone through their stages in the last 5 years. So it is very difficult. A lot of IIM and IIT guys have come to the startup world, and they have seen the MNCs and all. There is a very luxurious life. But when you are going to start a startup, there is no luxury. You have to save a penny. You have to go to villages. You have to stay in a taluka level hotel that is not to the level of a 5-star or 3-star. So there are a lot of challenges you have to face. So we have seen that in the last 5 years. So I want to just highlight. I will take only 5 minutes. So I want to just highlight 3 things in this gathering. Number one, how many of you have gone to villages, and how many people have seen a APMC or any mandi? Can you raise your hand, please? So a lot of players have said, I'm great. So you will understand the problem. So do you know Modi, Mr. Modi is saying there will be 10,000 FPOs in the country. Do you know about that? What is that FPO? Do you know, anybody know about that FPO? No. But it is going on. That is a big revolution going on. And Mr. Modi is saying that by the end of this year, we will try to register 10,000 FPOs in the country. It is not FPOs, it is farmer producer company. It will act like a, it will act like a private limited company or limited company, and there will be a board, there will be a CEO, there will be a CFO, and they will run the company like a private company. And the directors will be the farmers. So there will be 300 farmers will come forward and they will make a company. So I think almost there will be around 5,000 FPOs have been registered. But how many have worked? It has to be seen in the end of this year, right? So that is a challenge actually we are seeing. So we are being one of the CBBOs. We are forming a lot of FPOs in the country. So many of you do not know. So this is the scenario. So I want to just highlight this to everybody in the government and Niti Aayog and everybody to look into it, because the main investors who are there, the industry people doesn't know what is an FPO. So most of them doesn't know what is an FPO. So how FPO will grow? So basically they wanted to minimize the distress sale. So there are 82% of our farmers are marginal farmers and small and marginal farmers. So they do not have access to information. They do not have access to finance. They do not have access to market. So in order to create market, last mile financing, last mile warehousing, last mile supply chain, government is trying to make these farmers together to make a company so that they can take a risk. They can form a company and they can aggregate the produce, and they can attract the buyers who are there. Buyers like big processors like ITC, Reliance. Many names are there, Hindustan Unilever, Patanjali, everybody. They will come to the village and they will buy those produce at the farm gate level.
so that their income will be doubled, their income will be increased. So that is the motto of government to form 10,000 FPOs. But everybody needs to support government in that way, so that you will be directly helping those farmers to bring that produce, that quality, that kind of efficiency in the entire agri-value. That is the first concept I wanted to highlight to everybody. Second thing is that we are doing a lot of warehousing. Agricultural commodities or any kind of food, it is perishable in nature. So if you say non-perishable agri commodities also, it goes to a loss of around 10%. So as a warehouse service provider, we wanted to minimize this loss from 10% to less than 1%. That is our goal. That is the problem we are solving as a startup. So we do a lot of scientific warehousing. We do a lot of reservation practices, which is globally recommended by FAO and other organizations through long R&D. So that is the second thing. So for that, yeah. Another just I will take this. So for that, a lot of technologies are required, a lot of infrastructures are required. So as an entrepreneur, he cannot build a warehouse, put in 2 crore, 3 crore rupees of a warehouse and give it to the farmers. So I urge government to come forward and create infrastructure for these entrepreneurs like us, so that we can give it to the fellow farmers and we can connect market to the farmers. That is the second thing. Third thing, distress sale, I have already told you. There are a lot of finance companies, NBFCs, and local traders. They are going to farmers and they are charging exorbitantly. I have seen people taking loan at a rate of 24% per annum. I have seen taking 30% per annum. So there are banks. So banks have a mandate to have 88% of their loan book for these farmers and this primary sector lending. So we urge everybody, every bankers, everybody to go to the farmers, and players like us can help you to connect the farmers and FPOs, and you can lend in our warehouse. We bring the commodity to the warehouse and we convert it into an asset. On that asset, you can loan it to the farmers. So that facility is available. So I urge everybody in this gathering to come forward and join us for this revolution and movement. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sahu, for sharing the ideas of food green and the importance of the last mile, which is actually very important. Now I would like to request Mr. Gaurav to kindly come and please share your ideas with us and thoughts that are very much important and our audience is waiting here. Thank you, sir.
Namaskar to all the panelists and the team here. A lot of raising hands in the last couple of minutes. So we'll do some taking of hands. But before that, one question. Are basics important? Are basics important in life? If you believe basics are important, please shake hands with the person sitting beside you. Please shake hands with the person sitting beside you and tell him basics are important. Yeah, basics are important. Now, when we are talking about from 5G to 5T, we're talking about growth. And when we are walking towards growth, it is important that we understand certain basics of growth. It is said that growth in the absence of capability is a liability. Growth in the absence of capability is liability, and it's important for us when we are aiming at growth, we develop capability. Capabilities here, a lot of entrepreneurs are sitting here, you're building your organizations. And it is important that we build our organizational capabilities so that we can sustain the growth that we are aiming at. Growth is a byproduct of sustainability, and one can only sustain what he or she deserves. So it is important for us to become deserving rather than just looking at opportunity. And for which I would like to share 5 basics of building capabilities of the organization. My one of the panelists mentioned some part of it. If we have to move from 5G to 5T, then we need to look at 5 Cs, those 5 capabilities. And those 5 capabilities are transformation in the resources that we have. The current resources and the resources required for 5T are different. We need to transform them. The second is transformation in the process, the way we are doing things.
the transformation in the speed of the process and resource. It is not only about having resources and processes, it is about how do we align the speed to the marketplace. The fourth is the policies, the governance, the law. And the fifth and most important is the leadership. These are the 5 capabilities that needs transformation for us to reach from 5G to 5T. Now I'm going to narrate a sentence shared by one of the famous shayars of this country, Sabina Adibji, and I'm using these words with a lot of humbleness. The words are a little harsh, but I'm saying this here with the caution, so that with this caution we can move ahead. And the sentence is, "Zara sa kudrat ne kya nawaza, aake baithe ho pehli sab mein. Zara sa kudrat ne kya nawaza, aake baithe ho pehli sab mein. Abhi se udne na lago. Abhi ye shohrat nahi." Now, we need to walk with the caution when we are looking at the growth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for ending it with very beautiful lines, which also remind me of a few lines which has actually, kind of touched my heart many times, and I would just like to recite with your permission and the audience permission. It's like, छत को हुआ गुमान छत होने का, छत को हुआ गुमान छत होने का, एक मंजिल और बनी छत फर्श हो गई. So somewhere we just touched and it just came to my mind and I wanted to share. So with the moving with the panel forward, I would like to request Mr. Gaurav Kumar Chawla to kindly join us here and share your thoughts and guidance, please.
Everyone, is it like you're sleeping or feeling hungry? There's no voice on it. Good afternoon. That sounds good. I'm Gaurav Kumar Chawla, founder, CEO, GKC Consultants. Since morning, we have seen lots of, we have talked about problems to get from 5G to 5T, and here with this small industry. And we talk about the topic that actually very close to my heart as well, digitalization of construction projects or construction industry. We talked about problems at railway stations. We talked about green buildings, warehouses. We talked about infrastructure. That all we have been working. So with due respect, of course, we are revamping our railway stations. We are going from just an express train or a mail train to bullet train. We are revamping our airports. Yes or no? Yes or no? So we have lots of things coming up. So I'll not take much time already. I think, as I can make out that people are really hungry and it's lunchtime. So that's what we do. When we talk about digitalization of construction, we are talking about using the digital process or digital technology to make construction safer, better, faster, and of course, time and cost saving that comes in. And that's where we are working for more than a decade now. Part of airports, railways, and all. When we talk about digitalization, we are actually moving from a small paper work to the entire digital part. We started working with drawings. We had 2D drawings that we used to have maps, models, plans. Now we're talking about BIM, building information modeling, where we have 3D, 4D, 5D, and it's up to 10th dimension. Plus, we talk about CDE, common data environment, where all the documents, all the data is shared, checked, verified, signed on time. So that saves time, cost, and all those aspects. This last thing, when we talk about construction management, when we talk about taking up how the project is going on, we're talking about drone monitoring as well. Instead of going inside, instead of actually physically going and managing the site, we can go to drone monitoring, we can see the pictures, we can see those videos,
and we can have digital twins. These are lots of terms I'm using. Actually, we have lots of terms, very small time. So I'm using all those terms out here. So digital twins that we talk about, it's identical of your actual project, actual building. So all those things, you can connect me offline as well. You want more details onto it. That's it. That's what we're going to. Thank you, guys.
With a big thanks to all our panelists, I would like to hand it over to, please. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, and I would like to thank the entire family, and I request you to please step forward for a group picture, and after that, please be seated. Please step forward for a group picture, ladies and gentlemen. These are very, very memorable and proud moments for all of us that you all are here. Such a wonderful panel is here. I request Mr. Omkareshwar Pandey and Mr. Abhishek Dubey to please join them on the stage for the group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, it indeed has been a wonderful panel discussion, and it's now time to dive into the award ceremony. So thank you so much. I'd like to once again thank the entire panel. Let's give them a huge round of applause, and I request all of you to be seated. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. And as I mentioned, let's now dive into the award ceremony. It's now time to move ahead with the first segment of the awards for this day, ladies and gentlemen, for the Indo Global Entrepreneurship Forum 2023. And I would request all of you to please be seated. Please be seated. Thank you. And to do the honors for the first segment of awards, can I now on stage our chief guest for the day, His Excellency Roger Rajendran Lakshman, Consul General of Georgia, along with Mr. R.K. Srivastava. He's the Joint Secretary, Executive Director, MDC under the Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. He is also a board member of EVA. Can I also have on stage Dr. Manoj Kumar Patelia, Director, CSIR, National Institute of Science, Communication and Information Resources, Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India, New Delhi, along with Mr. Omkareshwar Pandey, Founder, Commonwealth Thought Leaders Forum and Communication Strategist, along with Mr. Abhishek Dubey, Director, Business Connect Magazine. Can I please have all of you at the stage? And ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to move ahead with the first segment of awards. And let me tell all of you that this is not just an award ceremony. This is a celebration of your dreams, devotion, determination, dedication, and the wonderful work you do. We're here to celebrate each other's achievement today. And without any further ado, let's move ahead with the award ceremony. And we will break for lunch right after the awards of the first set. So our very first award category is Emerging Leader of the Year Award 2023 in the civil construction industry. And to receive this, we would like to call on stage Aditya Shinde, Mr. Aditya Shinde, Executive Director of Arcon Group. As his company is a one-stop powerhouse and setting high standards in the business world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him to the For a stellar performance in the logistics industries, Entrepreneurship India Private Limited is being honored with the most promising logistics service provider 2023 award to ensure substantial value to business out there, and to collect the award, we request Mr. Shankar Singh, co-founder and MD, and Ashok Kumar, director, to join us on the stage. Let's have beautiful team here with us. Wonderful team. Let's give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Adolish India Private Limited. The management, implementation, deployment, and the maintenance of the business chain all benefit from the role of IT consulting services, hence for its spectacular growth and success. The most promising ML and tech consulting company 2023 award goes to La Esfera Multi-Services LLP. We would request Mr. Bhushan Thakur, who is the co-founder and director, Reema Shah, who is the founder and CEO, to come on the stage and please receive the award. Okay, so they will be. Let's move forward with the next award. Our next winner is one of the leading consulting firms in the country that is intensely committed to transforming organizational productivity. Yes, it is none other than Interloop Consulting LLP. Hence, the most reliable hybrid consulting firm 2022 award is being given to Interloop Consulting. To collect the award, I would request Mr. Saurabh Chauhan, founder of the company, to join us on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a huge round of applause. Well, delivering the right product in a timely manner is a crucial part of the success of a product-based industry. Hence, our next award category is Best Supply Chain Company of the Year 2022, and undoubtedly this goes to Emesa Supply Chain Services Private Limited, owing to its contribution in facilitating best delivery services to its client base. We request Mr. Ajay Rao, founder and CEO, and Mr. Saurabh Jaitley, Senior VP Business Development North and East, to please join us up the stage, and let's welcome them with applause. To our next award, which is the most innovative and eco-friendly project of the year 2022 for Eco O2 Zone Villas. We could not find any other firm better than Indo Infraspaces Private Limited. Hence, we would like to congratulate the team and invite Mr. Malim Shiva Ganesh Babu, CEO and MD of the company, on the stage to receive this honor. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for them. Malim Shiva Ganesh Babu, MD and CEO, Indo Infraspaces Private Limited. Okay, so let's move forward. I guess they're joining us in a bit. So, bridging the gap between construction ability and the investor's need, real estate developers make a huge difference to the industry. Hence, to make a mark in the industry, Hillmark Infra and Joint Services Private Limited has been recognized with the best estate developer to watch in 2023. We request Mr. Mohammad Athar Parvez Ahmed, who is the founder and CMD, to please join us up the stage to receive the award. Mr. Mohammad Athar Parvez Ahmed, founder and CMD. I guess he's joining us in a bit. And moving forward, the next award, well, now let's head forward in the next category, which is the Young Visionary CEO of the year 2022. And to receive this honor, we would like to call on stage Mr. Lalit Ganeshan Babu, MD and CEO of Indo Developers Private Limited, again on the stage. Okay, so again, he's not here with us at this moment, but he's going to join us very shortly. Now, the next award category, we would like to call on the stage the team of Prefabulous Homes LLP to join us as we confer this honor for Business Excellence in Prefab Construction Award 2023. A big round of applause for the managing partner of the company, Mr. Mohammad Shakir Hussain, as he joins us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for him. Ladies and gentlemen, Business Excellence in Prefab Construction Award 2023. Well, litigation is significant to democratize the access of justice to all. Let us have to find a reliable legal firm that could handle the litigation process transparently. But Rajeshwari and Associates have made a distinction in this regard and emerged to be one of the most reliable organizations in the legal service domain. Hence, we confer them with the Excellence in Litigation Award 2023 and to collect the award, Mr. Rajeshwari, please join us on the stage. Congratulations, Ms. Rajeshwari. Well, our next award category is quite unique, extraordinary assertor in the disposable and absorbent hygiene industry 2023, for which we could find an organization doing better than heads to hygiene. We request Mr. Amit K. Bhattalia, who is the CEO and founder of the company, to join us on the stage to receive this award. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Amit K. Bhattalia. Cold storage has played a significant role in lowering deterioration rate of the perishable foods. The construction of cold storage is not a piece of cake, ladies and gentlemen, and requires a different level of expertise, where Cold Care Services Private Limited has excelled in this field. Hence, we are awarding them with Excellence in Modern Cold Storage Design and Construction Services 2023 award. And to collect the award, we would request Dr. P. Upendra Rao, founder and MD of the company, to please join us up the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. P. Upendra Rao. Coming to our next award, which is the Excellence in Digital Marketing Domain Award 2023, which is entirely dedicated to highlighting the efforts of leading ventures in the realm. We are giving this honor to Digital Impressions. We would like to invite the founder and director of the company, Mr. Amit Saluja, and COO, Mr. Divyansh Bajaj, to please join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Amit Saluja and Mr. Divyansh Bajaj from Digital Impressions. So with our next award category being the Innovative Product for Excellence in PC Production 2023, we would like to appreciate all the excellent ventures in this arena that are setting new standards in the space. With that said, please please give a huge round of applause to the winner of this award, UQuick Technologies India Private Limited. I would request the founder and CEO of the company, Mr. Chino Mehta, to please come and join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chino Mehta, UQuick Technologies India Private Limited. Mercurius Advisory Services has been assisting many businesses to be more financially organized, allowing them to focus on their growth. Hence, we have acknowledged it with the Rising Accounting Firm of the Year 2023 award. And to receive the awards, I would now request co-founders, Mr. Siddhartha Havelia and Mr. Ankit Jain, to please join me on the stage, and let's welcome them with a huge round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, we can be really energetic with our applause, and we're breaking for lunch after this. In India 2023, which is dedicated to all the companies out there that are transforming the renewable energy realm. And the winner of this award is Entrepreneurship Technologies Private Limited. We would like to call on stage Mr. Padmini Mandal, founder and CEO, to please come on the stage and receive this award. Ladies and gentlemen, Entrepreneurship Technologies Private Limited. Mr. Padmini Mandal, founder and CEO, Entrepreneurship Technologies Private Limited. Well, for the next category, the Best Digital Transformation Company 2023, we would like to call on stage Mr. Jaswant Singh, founder, CEO, and director of Tech Prestige Software Solutions Private Limited. The firm leads the Indian market for tremendous software solutions. Tech Prestige Software Solutions Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a huge round of applause. Of Mr. Amit Bhatia, Chief Information Security Officer, has won him the title of Most Promising Business Leader 2023. We request him to join us on the stage to receive this award. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Amit Bhatia. We would like to call on stage Ms. Poonam Jain, Director of International Star Assistance Private Limited. We are proud to present her with the title Most Influential Business Leader Award in Air Ambulance Services 2023. Ms. Poonam Jain. Okay, so we have somebody on behalf of Ms. Poonam Jain. Well, we're now heading towards with our super awaited award category, which is the topmost trusted consulting company in 2023. We would like to have the team of Juno Consultants Private Limited on the stage to receive this honor. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a huge round of applause as I invite the CEO of the company, Mr. Nitin Mittal. Juno Consultants. For the next category, we extend our warm welcome to Ms. Koheli Puri, founder and managing director, and Mr. Jitendra Puri, founder and director of Studio XP Management Consultants Private Limited. Their one venture has won the award for excellence in architecture and interior designs 2023 for its exquisite yet simple architectural solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Congratulations to both of you. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next category, the award for excellent spirituality, spiritually aligned NPO 2023. We are honoring Iron Foundation. We would like to welcome the founder of the organization, Mr. Shashi Krishnamai, Vincy Thomas, Chairman, and Nofal Chakala, Director of this institution, to please join us up the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, excellent spiritually aligned NPO 2023. They're here with us and they've come all the way to Delhi to accept this award. Mr. Shashi Krishnaswamy, Mr. Vincy Thomas, Chairman of the company, and Mr. Nofal Chakala. Iron Foundation. Well, businesses have witnessed efficient management ensured by data-driven insights from IoT data for providing many businesses enhanced efficiency and productivity. G&D Solutions India Private Limited is being recognized as the most dynamic IoT solutions provider 2020. And to back the award, we would request Mr. Venkatashiva Reddy, CEO and MD, to please join us on the stage as we welcome him with a huge round of applause. For delivering engaging and unforgettable engaging experience to its clientele, TAB Engagement Solutions LP truly deserves a Business Excellence Award 2023 for its matchless employee engagement solutions. We request Mrs. Palak Malhotra and Mr. Ashish Kaur to collect the award on behalf of Mr. Abhimanyu Khanna, CEO, to reach out to the stage. Can we please have all of you on the stage? Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Palak Malhotra accepting this award on behalf of the CEO of the company, Mr. Abhimanyu Khanna. Management Solutions LLP. Well, they say the education realm will be the transformative agent for the future world. And I think that's something we cannot deny at all. So our next award category is for Excellence in Education Award 2023. And the winner is Maharashtra Educational Institution. I will request Professor Lieutenant General R.P. Anand to receive the honor. Ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant General R.P. Anand. Practicing high contamination exclusion methods and utilizing high quality lubricant management for its esteemed clientele, Minimax Systems Private Limited has come a really long way. Hence, acknowledging its contribution to the industry. We award Manufacturing Excellence in Lubrication Reliability and the Contamination Control 2023 to Minimap. And to collect the award, we would request Mr. Anshuman Agarwal, Founder and Managing Director, to please come forward. And ladies and gentlemen, we shall not apologize nahi hai. Come on, let's have a huge round of applause. Our next award is the Most Trusted Security Solutions Provider 2023, which is dedicated to all the companies out there that are ensuring the digital space is a secure and safe space. And the winner of this award is Nipolate Solutions Private Limited. We would like to invite Mr. Nagendra S.P. Bish to come forward to the stage and receive this award. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I would request all of you to please do not go anywhere, because after this, I'm going to call you on the stage for a group picture with your award. So please do not go anywhere. And on the stage, we have Mr. Nagendra S.P. Bisht, Most Trusted Securities Provider 2023. Well, now it is time to announce our next award, which is India's Most Preferred Factory Anchor Manufacturer 2023. And to receive this award, we would like to invite the director of the company, Mr. Jamal Singh Wilson, on the stage. The company indeed has transformed the business realm and it has craved new growth ways for the same. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Jamal Singh Wilson, India's most preferred refractory anchor manufacturer. Well, now jumping straight into our next award category, which is Freight Forwarding Company of the Year, and our jury finds Emirates Logistics the most deserving candidate among all. So to collect the award, can I please have on stage Mr. Anand Pandrikar, Director and the Country Head of Logistics, Mr. Amit Srivastava, Country Head of Supply Chain, Mr. Ajitesh Saigal, Regional Manager North, and Mr. Murli Manohar, Head of Business Development. Can I please have all four of you up the stage and let's hear some noise. Mr. Anand Pandrikar, Mr. Amit Srivastava, Mr. Ajitesh Saigal, and Mr. Murli Manohar on the stage with us right now. So with our next award category being the Advertising and Marketing for Excellence in Content Marketing and Brand Communication, we would like to appreciate all the excellent ventures out there in the arena. We are setting new standards in the digital space, and with that said, please give a big round of applause to the winner of this award, UNI Square Concepts. I would like to request the CEO of the company, Mr. Uday Sonthalia, to come and join us on the stage. A big round of applause for Mr. Uday Sonthalia, UNI Square Concepts. Our most sought after award category is the Company of the Year 2023, where several criteria make the winner back this award, where transparency, integrity, commitment, innovation, and excellence have to be the core of the business operations. We couldn't find a better profile more worthy than Ghana Biotech to be awarded with this honor. We request Dr. Vinod Kumar Patil, who is the Managing Director of the company, to please join us on the stage and receive this award. Mr. Vinod Kumar Patil, Managing Director, Dynam Biotech. Okay, so he's not here right now. He's joining us very, very shortly, but there are a couple of more awards that I'm going to announce now. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward. Right before we move on to lunch, I have two more special awards to announce for this day, for this segment of awards, I should say, where the management, implementation, deployment, and maintenance of the business chain all benefit from the role of IT consulting services, hence for its spectacular growth and success. The most promising AI/ML and tech consulting company 2023. This goes to Las Ferra Multi-Services LLP. Can we please have the team here with us? We request Mr. Bhushan Thakur, who is the co-founder and director, and Rima Shah, who is the founder and CEO, to please come forward and accept this award. For the next award, Best FinTech Company for Cards and Payment Services Providers 2023, we are focusing on the leading ventures in the digital space, and Softman Digital Services Private Limited has won this title. To accept this award, ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to call on stage Mr. Ritesh Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be really generous with our applause for this. Well, thank you so much, but I will be calling our awardees for a group picture, so please be here for some more time. And all of you who have won an award, you can raise one hand. आप में से जिसने अभी award जीता है, आप लोग अपना एक-एक हाथ उठा सकते हैं. I'm sure there are more. Come on. Others? Okay, so you're still waiting for your turn. And जिन्होंने award नहीं जीता है, वो अपना एक हाथ उठाइए. Okay, and let's have all the hands up in the air because we have equal number of people in both the categories who have won the award and who are yet to receive the award. So let's have both your hands up in the air. Everybody. Come on, do this. And let's have a huge round of applause. As I say, this is not just an award ceremony, this is a celebration of the wonderful work that all of you have been doing. I would now request our awardees for the first segment of awards who have just received the awards to please join us up the stage for a group picture along with your awards. Please join us up the stage. These awards mean a lot to every awardee who have received them here today, but trust me, for us as Business Connect magazine, for us at Business Connect magazine, this values and matters even more. This is a very proud moment for us to confer these awards to all of you. And these are very, very memorable pictures, ladies and gentlemen. The group pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, these are proud moments and the pictures are equally memorable, not just for you, but for us at Business Connect. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we here break for lunch and we're going to see you on the other side of the lunch break. We here break for lunch and we're going to see you on the other side of the lunch break with a panel discussion, a very thought-provoking and interesting panel discussion, I should say, followed by the award ceremony. We also have the guest appearance, the special appearance by our celebrity guest for the day, Ms. Padmini. So please enjoy your lunch and do join us on the other side of the break. Hi. Are you from Delhi? So what does your company do?
कि क्या चल रहा है शार्क टैंक की छूट में क्या हो रहा है बिहाइंड द सीन क्या हो रहा है अब मेरे लिए लाइफ में वो पार्टी नहीं तो मैं क्यों पास में रहूं एंड आई डोंट इवन ट्राई माय वाइफ समटाइम्स
Get all the I am from Bangalore. Yeah, Bangalore and Washington DC. I started in 2014, but as a training company, and then in between took a break on leave, and then registered a consulting firm started continuing consulting. No, I didn't start something different because so we started as training, but I wanted to add consulting, and for that I needed some market study. Consulting, which hello, may I have lunch? Sure, please, definitely.
You guys will clear it up. We'll leave it Thanks, sir. Thank you. Coming.
I'm calling my driver. I'm going out. 2 minutes back. I'll take a deep. It was nice meeting you. Then do share your contact. One foot. So Delhi based on this. When did you leave? After that, all right. That's my time. So, सबको पता है ये तो मुझे तभी जो सिंह हो गया हाँ ये लोग आगे बढ़े वहाँ से अभी थोड़े
Ladies and gentlemen, we will stop you to please settle down, please be seated, because we will be starting our post-lunch session in a very short while from now. So I request all of you to please settle down, wherein we have a panel discussion in the post-lunch session, followed by the award ceremony. We also have our special appearance of our celebrity guest, Shri Padmini in a very short while from now. So please do not go anywhere. Please be with us right here, and we're going to get started in a very short while from now for the post-lunch session. Yeah. I got your. I think we make already image. The core is fine. And gentlemen, we are starting in a very short while from now. So I request all of you to please join us inside the hall. Please join us back from lunch. As soon as you finish lunch, please join us back inside the hall and please be seated so that we can get started with the post-lunch session. Please join us back inside the hall as soon as you complete lunch.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I think you had a good lunch. You enjoyed, everybody? Okay, so now we'll be starting the third session of our panel today, our program today. And soon we'll be joining, we are trying to connecting the chairman of IFCO from Ahmedabad, Mr. Lalit Sangani. So we're trying to connect, and I will ask the technical on Zoom to Mr. Lalit Sangani. Till the time they're trying to connect, I would like to invite Dr. Parvez Hayat, very senior IPS officer and independent external monitor for SBI, State Bank of India, and DEL, Chief.
बीएमए खाली शुगर छापी दवा की बेटी तो नहीं हाजिर हो हेलो
बिल्कुल नहीं
हेलो
बँकेची नेता हा अभी हा जरा कर
मीटिंग चे हाल
सर तुमने कोर्ट से मैंने बात की थी तो बाबा ने मंजूर नहीं करता कौन अच्छा कोर्ट से मैंने बात की थी અને રાજીનામા વાત કરતે જે સાહેબ રાહુલ મેર મંજૂર નહીં કરતા હું ઘરે વાત કરી એમ બાબા
રાજીનામા એવું છે કે
મંજૂર નહીં કરતા ટ્રકનો ધંધો મારે એક દીકરો ટ્રકો ધંધો કરાવવો મને તો ખ્યાલ નહીં કે આ કોર્ટ से હું તો સીધા કીધું ત્યારે મને ખ્યાલ અને મને એમ કીધું કે મેં લગ્ન હિસાબે મહિલાની રજા મૂકી મને તો ખ્યાલ જ નથી
રજા રાજીનામા એટલે રાજી થઈને કરી લે કે બીજાનો સમાવેશ થાય લાઈ વારો આવ્યો
મને કીધું હાલ કોર્ટ से વાત કરી નકર તો નીકળી જતો આટલો જણાય આવો ડાયરેક્ટર સાહેબ
બધાનો છે
બોલ બોલ
ઓર્ડર જમનું છે
બોલો
ત્યાં તો હરુભરું છે આ દિલ્હી નો જવાય ત્યારે આમ જ ચાલુ છે
કોર્ટ से મંગલ સાહેબ ને મળતા
हेलो अच्छा ठीक एक मिनट एक गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीबॉडी
Good afternoon.
आपके माध्यम से देश भर के जो प्रधानमंत्री चाहते 5 ट्रिलियन अपने देश की तरक्की हो और आपने पूरे देश के जिम्मेदार लोगों को बुला के जो व्यवस्था की है उसके माध्यम से मुझे विश्वास है कि प्रधानमंत्री ने देश की तरक्की के लिए जो इच्छा रखी है इनमें पूर्ति करेगा। वैसे मैं प्रत्यक्ष रूप के आपके बीच में हाजिर रहना चाहता था, लेकिन मेरे क्षेत्र में और प्रोग्राम की वजह से मैं उपस्थित नहीं रहा हूँ, इसलिए आपको शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। मुझे इन्विटेशन देने के लिए सरकार जी और सब टीम को धन्यवाद करता हूँ और फिर से शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद संघानी साहब। Thank you so much. You know what? Getting a politician is very difficult. They can come on your phone, but they cannot come in your program because they have a lot of schedules and they really schedules. Yesterday we had a program and we invited, So anyway, but he took out time from his meetings and all. He had just come for a break and he joined. So that's enough for us. So now I would request Harna to please take it forward. Thank you.
Request you to please, okay, the mic is on now. So once again, a very warm welcome to all of you. आप सबका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है at the post-lunch session. You all had lunch? Yes, okay. So with high energies in the post-lunch session, and even if you're feeling sleepy, this next session is going to wake you up because this is on a very, very relevant subject. But before we dive into the panel discussion, before we hand it over to our panelists, I would request Mr. Abhishek Dubey to please join me up the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Abhishek Dubey, Director of Business Connect magazine, I request you to please join me up the stage and felicitate and welcome our dignitaries who are here with us. We have with us Dr. Padmini Hayat, IPS, Independent External Monitor for SBI and BEL, Chief Compliance Officer, New Delhi. I would request you to please welcome sir with a plant. I now request Ms. and MD, Studio XP Management Consultants Private Limited, New Delhi, to please step forward as we would like to welcome her with a plant. We have with us Mr. Sumit from Archika Foundation. I request you to please step forward, sir. And last but not the least, Major General SP Kocher, I request you to please step forward and receive a plant on behalf of Business Connect magazine. We're so fortunate to have such wonderful people here with us. Well, thank you so much. Well, it is said that technology is at its best when it brings people together, when it brings people closer. And our next session is going to touch on technology challenges of key drivers, including integration. I would request Mr. Omkareshwar Pandey to please take it forward from here. This is going to be the last panel discussion, the last session for the day, and we will dive into the award ceremony right after this session. So it's over to the panel and over to the moderators.
Thank you very much, Tara. Since the morning, we have been talking about 5G to 5T. That's the core topic of the day today, which was conceptualized while conceptualizing the whole program. So why 5G, why 5T? It has already been deliberated several times, but once again, because our new panelists and eminent guests are there, so let me very briefly, very quickly tell them our concept about this. That Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi has set an agenda, has given us a dream to think about 5 trillion economy. Everybody knows about it. And we have a time limit. By 2025, we should become a 5 trillion economy. This year, 5G has been launched. So this 5G is really going to support our dream, to accelerate the businesses across the board, across the businesses, different sectors, or not. And what will be the challenges? What will be the difficulties? So since we have already taken so much of time and people are sitting since the morning here, they're waiting for, final felicitations. Ms. Padmini Kolhapure, the star of the day here in this function, and a prominent and known Bollywood actress, is already arrived. She would be coming anytime. So I would be requesting my all panelists to be just quick, just directly to the point. What is their own views? If they want to suggest anything, the entire business community is sitting here. All CEOs, CMDs, and all the heads of the businesses are sitting here. They understand everything. They do not require any long lecture. They just require the tips. If you have some new idea, if you can give them some, thoughts of the day, that's my request, and I'm sure our eminent panelists have long experience of that. I would be requesting, first of all, Major General S.P. Kocher to come and briefly share his thoughts, his views to all of us. A big round of applause for General S.P. Kocher.
Bit of correction, I am Rajan Kocher, not SP Kocher, because General SP Kocher is also there. He's elder to me. And as for the clarification, a very good afternoon to everybody. And as Omkarji has said, I won't take much time, and I will focus on areas of technology where business and entrepreneurs can make a difference. Today, the concept of warfare has changed. And I'm going to talk to you about the defense sector. Because basically, I want to pitch in for technology to be assimilated into the defense sector with ease, because right now we are grappling with a lot of issues in the defense where we have not found solutions. So basically the areas where we are looking for you all to pitch in, maybe MSMEs, maybe startups, because the government of India has laid out its vision. It is going to be a 52,000 crore investment in the next 5 years. Let me tell you. And the Indian Army is almost, if you combine all the three services, it is 14.5 lakhs plus. That is the kind of force we want you to equip with so that we can face our adversaries. So whenever the armed forces goes in for technology, the first thing it looks at is the threat perception. So what is going to be the threat of the kinetic as well as non-kinetic warfare? But today, the technology we are looking at should relate to an ISR capability, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Yes, I am talking about sensors. We are not able to manufacture, or we lack the technology of sensors which can be fitted onto each equipment of ours, be it on the LAC or the line of control. Most of the sensors are being imported. The first area of emphasis is sensors. The second area is the drone technology. We have developed our own drone. Today morning, I was in a function at IIIT, where I was speaking to the young students who are studying technology. There was a display of drone. I was asking one of the entrepreneurs there, and when we discussed, it was revealed to me that almost 65 to 70% of the parts which are assembled here in India are from China. But the drones, we can call it make in India or made in India, but actually they're not made in India. And the cost of the drone, which is assembled here and it is made in India, is twice the cost which is being imported from China. So that is an area I would like all of you to focus on, because tomorrow's warfare is going to be accentuated by drones. The government of India has made an announcement in terms of CGAR that in the next 5 years, the drone industry is going to be $200 billion strong. So here is an opportunity for all of you to get into it, to get into this technology and to be able to deliver. Because you will be helping the nation. You will be helping the Indian Army. You will be helping the Indian Armed Forces to become stronger. Technology, we talk about artificial intelligence, we talk about quantum computing, blockchain, data analytics, robotics, and you can name it. Today, this technology, in whatever form, is to be assimilated into the defense. And one important point, 70% of the equipment which is held in the Indian Army is legacy. This equipment has been with us for 25 to 30 years. And these are all analog based. Now I am looking at the industry to digitalize the legacy code, because we cannot be buying everything and importing everything, because the kind of budget we have, and we need to maintain this existing equipment which is there with the armed forces. And here's an opportunity. The Army Design Bureau is the place which you all have to address. It is a single window now made by the government, made by the Indian Army, for all of you to approach, get the problem statements from there, get the requirements what the Indian Army needs, and manufacture it. And the last point, because I must be brief here. Whenever you come across to any official in the government, this is my feedback. We tend to be very technical in explaining our product to them. And most of them are don't know technology. Most of them don't understand technology. You go to a joint secretary or you go to a deputy secretary in the IAS, he will not understand what you are speaking. So technology has to be meshed with your marketing skills. You have to enmix these two things and you have to make it as simple as possible. As simple as possible as a layman to understand. Because once you do that, you will be able to deliver. Actually, what happens is most of the startups, why do they fail? The startups fail because they have the capability to manufacture a good product, but they don't have the capability to sell that product because nobody wants to buy it, because nobody knows what it is, and nobody knows how simplistic use it can be.
I have a small question, Dr. Major General Co-Chair, if you allow me.
Please.
So the question is, since you have the long background in the Indian Army, and also you have been in various councils and thought leadership domain, one simple question, because people will be interested more in knowing about their interest, and since the government has started privatization, defense equipments privatization, is there any new scope for the new, MSMEs, startups and businesses who are big objective? I'm sure it would be, if you could enlighten that if there is any scope, there would be most interest to know about that, and then we will summarize this.
There is a plenty of scope to enter into this area because the reason is here. But the reason here is when we talk about systems, when we talk about platforms, there are a number of platforms which we do not manufacture in the country today. The point is, I will narrate you to these platforms. Can you take on the projects which are related to the platforms? Don't think about the platform. Please relate it to the components. Because even if we procure that platform from outside, at least if the components are made in India, we'll be able to sustain it for a longer time. And for example, the turbochargers in our naval ships, engines in our aircrafts, the non-earth materials for the motors, because today everywhere a motor is required. We must manufacture these with the non-earth materials. So these are some of the issues at a macro level, but coming at the micro level, as I told you, the defense industry is still very nascent in stage in India. There are plenty of opportunities for you to enter this industry. Sensors is the one example I gave you that we need to develop that sensors. Chips, semiconductor chips is another area where one big player, Vedanta, has already entered. But Vedanta is not sufficient for India. You can make a difference as far as the semiconductor industry is concerned. So these are some of the areas, Umgarji, I have mentioned.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I know it was abrupt cut, but thank you. I understand. And you understand my constraints, so it's fine. So now I request very senior IPS officer, Mr. Parvez Bayadji is independent external monitor for the State Bank of India and also the BEL, Bharat Electronics Limited, is Chief Compliance Officer also. And I would repeat my request to kindly leave, because I know you have been giving lecture on international fora and many summits like Economic Times Summit and all. So, but we have, because other guests, she has arrived and she has a limited period of time. So my humble request is to be brief, kindly. Mr. Parvez Hayat, a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. And we in the police believe in action, speak less. So matter if your shoes are soft. And thank you, Mr. Pandey, all the panelists on the dais and the audience and big technology related people. My previous speaker, since the defense services and police, there are many things are common. So he talks about drones and also, particularly I will take a different route and very little I will cover. Technology is a word which refers to the interconnectedness, how the whole world, when the Honorable Prime Minister talks about the Kutumbakam scheme, in one earth, one family, one world, the whole world is getting interconnected. And how the technology which has facilitated the trades and the ease of business and the travel, everything. At the same time, I will take in a different route that how much the technology is posing and challenging the vulnerabilities of the technology. When we talk about the smart city, the first lady governor in Barcelona, when we talk about the smart city, she was laying the ICT towers, deployment of ICT towers and optical fibers in the city of Barcelona, and then the sensor. Just see, so the Barcelona became the first smart city, because the smart city doesn't have any very small definition. Varies from ecology to ecology, varies from economy to economy, from geography to geography. But again, so we talk about smart city. It's all based on technology, how it is making the ease of business and also but the life of the people who are at the margin has easy. But how this technology is also posing a problem for in terms being a police officer, in terms of the cyber security and cyber challenge. Recently, you have heard how All India Institute of Medical Sciences, all the health services were put to zero, and you heard that how in the year 2018 in United States, all these things of services, public services were taken by the ransomware. So how these are when you people are from the field of technology, you have to think about how to face with these challenges. When we are talking about the like so many CCTV cameras and layers of like protection. Some of these days, when you want to withdraw the money from the ATM, they will also ask the OTP. All these layers are being created. So now this area also there is a lot of scope for you to think and come out with a solution. Of course, it can't be. Or whenever we talk about the ransomware and the malware and all that, so many these people, the hackers, since there is no boundaries, they are getting into your system, our system, and making the whole world best technologies. There are also no answers. So it is an area where, in the larger interests of the humanity and the society, the country we belong to. Another area I just want to throw a question, people who are, when we know the national hydrogen mission of the Honorable Prime Minister, where thousands and thousands of crores will be allotted, and the large, big chunk of this allocation is in the field of research and innovations. So it is all for you all to take this opportunity. How, when we talk about the hydrogen fuel, it is 1% the world is only we have the hydrogen fuel, that is the answer to the climate change. The United Nations Secretary General says in the 2022 that if the world, advanced world, the world does not cut down the greenhouse gases, the carbon dioxide from the environment 43% by 2030, or achieve and also achieve the net zero by 2050, there will be a climate catastrophe, is what UN General Secretary talks about. Now they're talking about how to remove the carbon dioxide from the environment. Of course, that is a very, very difficult. Here, there is an opportunity being given through the G20 platform, which India has achieved the presidency, how to, when you produce the hydrogen by splitting the water using the electrolysis or electrolytes, again, he's talking about we are importing. Definitely, then how the hydrogen fuel, which is an answer to the climate change, the climate to avoid the climate catastrophe, how to, when you're producing a lot of, the facilities and incentives are being given to the Ministry of Energy. I'm not going to detail, but again, just giving a thought to you, what is the way, how, when producing, okay, I'm sure the research and innovation people can take advantage, but how to transport the hydrogen fuel from one, when you're talking about technology and trades. So there is one way is to convert the hydrogen into the ammonia, and then take it to another countries, because Africa is one country where they're facing the challenges of fertilizers, they're facing the challenges of the pharmaceutical, because lack of access to the medicine. When I talk to loss of access to medicine, doesn't mean medicine not available, medicine available, but they're very expensive, because all the German and US countries that are manufacturing here, through the G20 platform, there is India can be a global leader by exporting oxygen to the African countries, sub-Sahara region, also to the South Asia and South Asian nation. So also here also there is another thing I would like for you to think over, how when the hydrogen is, the fuel is produced by electricity, by splitting the water and hydrogen and oxygen, whether when you produce 1 liter of hydrogen, to produce 1 liter of hydrogen fuel, we have to pump 11 liters of water. But because of the climate change, the whole world, and particularly South Asia and Southeast Asia, global South entire, is facing the water crisis because of the climate change. So you have just given your thought how whether the grey water can substitute the potable, to save the potable water, the technology to produce hydrogen. So it's just a thought to you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sirs, for connecting our 5G to even the hydrogen technology. And we are progressing very fast. So maybe after reaching 5 trillion, we will be talking about another energy. But now the energy of our audience is little going down. So I would request, and I'm inviting Kohili Puri to use your expertise. You are a founder and MD, so Studio XP Management Consultants. So use your energy to little energize our audience. And this is how we can. We are waiting for Padmini Kolhapuri. Yeah.
Hi everyone. I'm Kohili. I'm running my own firm, Studio XP Management Consultants Private Limited. So we are architects and project managers. From 5G to 5T, real estate can alone give 1 trillion by 2030, actually. So my company, we are dealing with a very important sector, which is construction, design and construction. I believe the technology is needed a lot in our arena. What I feel is construction, which is very, very labor-oriented, construction which is taking a lot of time, and construction where these days investors are not investing a lot because of the the pandemic, so many other things happening, and work from home. So actually real estate is going through a setback. So what I feel is through technology, we can actually bring back to track. This is the country's, construction is into country's 9% of GDP. Real estate is can be a 1 trillion economy by 2030. That is the projection. So I believe we should, it will be my request to all the leaders to look very seriously towards the construction field, design and construction. What is happening currently, the material cost going high, labor cost going high, but the construction cost paid by client is very low these days. Why it is, I'm not sure. What we would like to have is getting the technology built in so that we can entice more customers, so that people are more interested towards investing in real estate. Technology actually can help us. The virtual reality, the augmented reality, like we have recently opened up our office in Dubai, where I see that the healthcare. You can sit at home, check your hospital. You can actually, through virtual augmented reality, you can see the hospital, every department. You can choose your room. So those are the different kind of experience can be provided to clients to entice them and to attract them towards the investing or buying real estate assets or investing into it. I also feel that technology can actually, like, as you know, the steel construction has come in. Steel construction has actually lessened the construction timing. So that is the twin wall technology, the steel construction technology, or the 3D printing. Like I've met a client, they want to come up with a hotel, 100 hotels they want in the Middle East. And they want a timeline of 8 months, like 100 rooms. It's a big brand, like in the ING and all. So obviously they want to go for a prototype so that it can be repeated and made it faster. So technology is everywhere. Technology is not only restricted to IT or anywhere. If we have to make it from 5G to 5T, each and every sectors where everyone is working have to put in their efforts to get to the 5 trillion economy. And when our leader of the country wants it to be, he wants it to make it to 5 trillion. I think it is our duty, all of us, we should try our level best, our capacity, or our individual, what we can add to it. So that is what I want to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kohli Puri. Yes, Ms. Kohli Puri. Now it's your turn, Mr. Sumit Seth from Archika Foundation, to kindly say a few words about your activities, and also please try to connect it with our topic of the day, which I have been requesting all the speakers. So let's talk about the overall, development and economical, progress of our country from 5G to 5T. उसमें कुछ रास्ता है तो बताइए साहब. Please come. Mr. Sumit Seth को एक बड़ी सी ताली होनी चाहिए.
Thank you very much, Business Connect, who is giving us the opportunity to express our views on this forum. So everybody is expecting something out of you, right? Sir said, so do something in defense. Ma'am said, do something in real estate. So I'm here to ease out your pressure. Now, how I'll ease out your pressure is like, we firmly believe in corporate social responsibility. So once we are going ahead for 5 trillion, we have a responsibility to fulfill our corporate social responsibility. So as a Dr. Archika Foundation, we are one-stop shop to fulfill all that needs of our corporate, because we have a legacy of some 10 years, wherein we are running schools under CSR projects. We are running old age homes. We are working for women empowerment. We have around 80 centers all over India. So we have a huge scale of operations where we work. We have a huge bandwidth, the resource mobilization capacity. So for the corporates who want to fulfill their CSR responsibility, who want to do something for society, we are the one who can give them all the solutions, including the compliance, which is very important, because your CA keep on chasing you for the receipts of all the charity which you do. So we'll proactively take care of all those things. So I'll wind up, sir, with your permission, with this note that going towards the 5 trillion to fulfill your CSR responsibilities will help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very brief and to the point deliberation. This is Sumit Seth, and your foundation is doing good, so people will connect you with me. So now the house is open, and I'm inviting any of you. You can raise your hand, and if you want to say something, anybody who wants to come on the dais and speak for a minute or two. Anyone? No one? Oh, you're there. I can't see. Anyway, please stand up. Please come on. First of all, kindly introduce yourself and so that people should know who is speaking and what is the topic you want to speak.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, it's on, it's on.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. S.R. Vishnu. I come from a medical background, but currently I'm a doctor for hospitals. Means a hospital which is sick already, I treat that hospital. So that is my profession. I'm hospital management consultant. We advise hospitals to improve on patient safety and quality.
And what exactly you wanted to say on this topic?
On this topic, because to be precise, the quality is the only thing which need to be integrated, because we have a good doctors, we have a professional trained, but most of the doctors and professionals who are delivering healthcare services are need to be upgraded from patient safety point of view, patient quality point of view. And we are working for the remotest and small hospitals where they do not have an internal team of the professional managers who can improve on that aspect. And from that point, and if we improve that, the patient harm can be minimized. That every day we see lots of news in the media that फला फला हॉस्पिटल में ऐसा दिक्कत हो गया कि राइट की जगह लेफ्ट वाला किडनी निकाल दिया या ऑपरेशन कर दिया, और इस तरह का जो इंसिडेंट्स है, that kind of incidents which constitute toward the errors and patient harm, and that can be minimized by the improving on the quality aspects. So that is the need of the hour, because we are having more and more medical colleges, more and more nursing colleges, but along with that, quality of education is declining, and to cover up that, on-job training is more important to improve the patient safety and quality. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving this very new idea that we have to improve quality of the hospitals. You know what? Sometimes we need to improve, in fact, our quality also for the betterment, because thought leadership is basically about how you develop leadership in your thoughts first, not in your physical personality. You may be differently looking, you may be very smart, maybe very fatty, so leadership is all about developing your thought leadership. So your thoughts should be very, very clear. How I judge the thoughts, let me tell you very briefly and quickly. 2-3 days ago, one of a global thought leader from USA connected me, and I in fact wanted to invite him for this conference only. So he was talking about several global things. So before inviting him, I told him that, okay, Mr. So-and-so, I will not name, naturally I should not. So please speak on for 2 minutes what exactly you want to say and what you exactly you're going to say to our Indian audience, because you are sitting in USA, which is considered world's #1 in every sense. So he started talking about global warming and all, and the global issues, the economy, and etc. and etc. and etc. And one should do this, one should do this, one should do that. Look at Mr. So-and-so. What is new in this? Global warming, global economic slowdown, everybody knows. The processes improvement, the new innovation, things everybody knows about. The governments knows about that. United Nations knows about that. The entire system knows about that. So we will have to pinpoint what exactly has to be done. So when we say that this thing needs to be improved, if we generally say ना कि हम लोग पहले कहते थे कि पढ़ाते हैं भारत एक कृषि प्रधान देश है, तो भैया हम तो ये 60-50 साल से सुनते आ रहे हैं, तो 50 से ऊपर के हो गए। 50 साल पहले भी हमने यही सुना था कि भारत एक कृषि प्रधान देश है, गाय एक चौपाया जानवर है, उसके 4 पांव होते हैं। So this is not thought. Thought is कि इस पर्टिकुलर चीज में ये नई चीज है, वो उसमें हम पिन पॉइंट करें तो हमारी थॉट लीडरशिप वहीं से डेवलप होना शुरू होगा। And especially when you are talking to the business community, who are the real leaders. They do not talk, they deliver, they produce, they make, they sell. So giving them thought is very, very, important when we say that this should be done and this should not be done. Anyway, so I would like to invite briefly, very briefly, Ms. Seema Gupta to please come and say a few words to our audience. And if there is anyone, okay, there are 2 hands raised. So, 3 hands, very nice. Please come. Seema ji, you will have to little wait. Yeah. Can you introduce yourself?
Hello everyone, I'm Neha Agarwal. I'm the founder of DGSI. It's a very niche SEO agency. And today I want to speak about one very important thing, which is, आप सबने सुना होगा एक स्टेटमेंट, जो दिखता है वही बिकता है. But आज की डेट में कहाँ दिखना important है? So if you are whether you are in healthcare industry or real estate or any business, you should be visible on Google. So I have met a lot of people here from different agencies, and I was also visiting the websites like parallelly. So there are businesses जिनका website भी नहीं है. So 840 million Indians are already on internet. तो अगर हम दिखेंगे Google पर, तभी हम दिखेंगे, तभी हमारा business चलेगा. So please do focus on building online presence. Thank you so much.
Very right. Very right. Thank you. बहुत से लोग हमें मिलते हैं आज भी और वो कहते हैं नहीं जी मैं लिंक्डइन पे नहीं रहता. आप लिंक्डइन पे नहीं रहते तो कहाँ रहते हैं भाई साहब? आपको कहाँ ढूंढेंगे? So kindly be on the LinkedIn because that's a community. I'm not the ambassador of LinkedIn, but there is no other good platform for everybody. LinkedIn has become your digital visiting card. So you got this.
Thank you. So hi everyone, I'm Moshmi Bhattacharya, VP of Business Development at 360 Cloud Technologies. Would like to speak up, everybody, all the people here from different industries. It was amazing hearing about the challenges. It was amazing hearing about the vision which you all guys have. But what we feel is we are one of the best Salesforce Platinum partners across the globe. And what we are here to do is we want to connect all the business with right technology. What you need to do is for your all, if you talk about real estate, energy, sustainability, anything, all you need to do is customer satisfaction, your stakeholder management, that's very important. That comes if you have a strong CRM. What better than Salesforce? And with that, communication is again very important. It's not just about the CRM. Also, we all have been, what is the common mode of communication? SMS, WhatsApp. Imagine CRM coming on SMS, WhatsApp, and all the channels like Facebook, Messenger, etc., LinkedIn. That is what we are doing. So we are connecting business with technology, with communication, enhancing and making better that the communication becomes better with all the stakeholders, like internal or external.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting us. And somebody was there this side. I know you're coming. Please go.
पहले हमारा प्रणाम स्वीकार कीजिए. छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की भूमि से है. हमारे गांव का संस्कार है कि जब भी कोई डिफेंस या पुलिस वाले दिखते हैं तो पहले उनको प्रणाम किया जाए और फिर बाकी की बातें हो. तो last week I had a discussion with one of my Japanese friend basically, and you just spelled out about the ransomware. The topic was cyber security, and jointly we are developing ransomware protection suite, and which will be getting converted into startup soon, and we will be launching that here in India. So there was one topic after this ransomware discussion, and that was security of security basically. So आज smart के heading के अंतर्गत बहुत सारे security की complexity दिखती है, जैसे कि यहाँ पे कैमरा लगा हुआ है, बहुत सारे security के devices यहाँ पे लगे हुए हैं, तो उनकी security के बारे में जापान में अभी discussion चल रहा है. तो गवर्नमेंट लेवल पे ये कुछ डिस्कशन हो रहा है क्या आप तक कि सिक्योरिटी ऑफ सिक्योरिटी के बारे में अगर कुछ जानकारी है तो आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि थोड़ा उसके बारे में चर्चा.
Okay, so if you want to reply briefly.
I was told that you have so many technologies companies who are to talk about. This is the question is posed to myself. This is why I was as a police officer expecting that the whole world is facing the challenges and vulnerabilities of technologies. This is why I throw a thoughts on there. So far, not to my knowledge, my gentleman in defense will speak that security to security. But of course, if you have so many security equipment deployed, but there has to be a counter surveillance on this also. In order to secure that those security equipments which have been deployed, what are their security? There has to be a layer of security, and also this is why we talk about the interconnectedness, Internet of Things. So with that, I guess there is something.
Security of security is a very interesting point which has been actually made here today. And we have to learn, policing is there, we have to learn from Scotland Yard. Scotland Yard has a system and they use face recognition, and each and every aspect of that, you just cannot enter into any security system without your identity being established and the administrator giving you a permission to enter. So these kind of systems have not yet been developed in our country. Why should a All India Institute of Medical Sciences server get hacked? It has firewalls, it has a security system inbuilt into it. In spite of that, it has been compromised. So this is where technology, and all of you are here, if you can take it on. The United States recently had an issue with their servers for the airlines. For 24 hours, is no aircraft take off and land. And within 24 hours, that system was restored. So this shows that security of security has a built-in redundancy, and they had the measures available to put the system on track. This is lacking in this country today, and it is high time the businesses get involved into this cyber issues and address these. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the panel. I would request to kindly take your seats in the house, and our chief guest for the star of the day, the famous film actress, Ms. Padmini Kolhapure, the dream girl, has arrived. The dream girl of everybody, So she had started her acting career. ये काफी नहीं है साहब, इसमें एनर्जी नहीं है, थोड़ा जोर से होना चाहिए। So, in the age of 7, she started doing acting, and a lot of good films. We remember your films, from Dream Girl to many of other films. You got Filmfare award, etc. So everybody knows your personality. So I would like to invite her, and I would request Mr. Abhishek Dubeji to kindly escort her on the stage directly. So Ms. Padmini Kolhapure, a big round of applause for her. And I would request Dharana to please carry on from here.
Ladies and gentlemen, our celebrity guest.
Mr. Ashutosh, Mr. Ashish, all three can join on the stage. And kindly jointly felicitate our chief guest of this session.
Yes, Mr. Abhishek Dubey, Mr. Ashish Kumar, and Mr. Ashutosh Ojha, along with Mr. Omkareshwar Pandey. Please do the honors as we welcome our celebrity guest for the day, Ms. Padmini Kolhapure. On behalf of Business Connect, we would like to welcome you, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us here. And on behalf of the entire audience present out here, we would request you to share a few words. We all have been waiting for you. And now we look forward to hearing it from the lady herself. Let's have a few words from the very beautiful and sensational Ms. Padmini Kolhapure.
I will not complicate the issue. You know, it's a session which is talking about 5G to 5T. What is 5G? 5G is internet and 5T is 5 trillion economy. So you don't have to think about that. You have to tell us something about your, famous films and what are you doing today?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me here for this August evening. I'm extremely delighted to be part of this evening. And yes, I definitely won't be speaking on that because I have absolutely no knowledge on that. And I think I'll leave that to people concerned and, who excel in that. And nor am I going to be acting today. But I have to thank you for your kind words. And this is like pretty quick, just enter, sit for half a minute, get up, get on stage, just sit. And I love these beautiful thoughts that you're presenting to everyone. I think it's a very, warm and kind and pleasant gesture. And a great token of appreciation, which I'm sure I'll be able to carry back with me to Mumbai. But firstly, I'd like to also apologize for coming late, thanks to the Delhi traffic. And air control is not in my control. So the flight landed late and I got stuck in traffic and then I had to come and get ready. So that was my story, backstory for being here late. I want to congratulate all the awardees, all the wonderful people who have excelled in their profession. I mean, great entrepreneurs here, and I'm extremely happy to be part of this, and I'm going to be awarding them, right? So it will give me great pleasure for doing that. And we had a panel here. I missed out on the talk here. But if there's anything anybody wishes to ask me about my profession, you're more than welcome to do so.
Yeah, I have a question for you.
You can't be doing the talking all the time. Okay, please.
सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम की रूपा में याद आ रही है. So आप कैसे उस फिल्म को आज याद करती इतने सालों बाद, दशकों बाद? So that has been a very, very famous film those days, and you were the famous character of Rupa. So आज आप उसको कोई particular जो interesting बात आपको याद आती है उस फिल्म से जुड़ी हुई?
आज मैं जो कुछ भी हूँ रूपा की वजह से हूँ, राज कपूर साहब की वजह से हूँ, तो वो एक किरदार जो है मेरा, वो मैं कभी नहीं भूल पाऊंगी और मुझे लोग भूलने भी नहीं देते, थैंक्स टू सोशल मीडिया. तो जितने भी यशोमती मैया से बोले नंदाला के फैंस हैं, वो मुझे रील्स भेजते हैं मेरे इंस्टाग्राम पर और गाते भी हैं, डांस भी करते हैं, और जब भी जन्माष्टमी होता है तो आई कीप गेटिंग दोज रील्स, whether it is यशोमती मैया से बोले नंदाला या ये गलियां ये चौबारा या से मिलकर. So these are some great films I have been part of, and my journey has been great. जैसा कि आपने कहा कि 7 साल की उम्र से मैंने शुरू किया, तो मुझे नहीं लगता उस उम्र में बच्चों को होश भी होता है कि it's their play time, study time. So I think I was just simply destined to be part of this film industry, and I'm very glad to be part of this industry. When my son grew up and we did not talk to him about films, and much later he got to know that my mom's Padmini and my father is Pradeep Sharma, who's a film producer. And we did not even tell him that we want you to get into films or become a producer like his dad or become an actor like me. But I guess, you're born in that environment, and he was drawn towards it, and he's an actor, he is a filmmaker now. He started his own Dhamaka talent. तो मुझसे लोग बात पूछते हैं, स्पेशली जर्नलिस्ट की, लड़कियां अगर बेटियां, हमारी बेटी आना चाहे इस इंडस्ट्री में, तो आप क्या कहेंगी? And I'll say, of course, welcome. अगर मेरी खुद की बेटी होती तो I would have encouraged her if she wanted to get into films. It all depends on your parents, your upbringing, and what kind of values you have grown up with. And that goes with every industry.
I mean, this is the most, how do you say, out there and glamorous industry. तो मुंबई में तो मैं कहूँगी कि हर दूसरा बच्चा फिल्मों में आना चाहता है, एक्टर बनना चाहता है. You know, recently I met this friend who's a gynecologist and obstetrician, and her son has grown up to, you know, continuing the legacy. And she comes up to me, actually her husband, who is also a gynecologist, said that, you know, I don't know if my son wants to continue with this or he wants to become an actor. And I was like really taken aback. I said, oh my God, usko bhi keeda lag gaya iska. But of course, why not? It's a huge industry. It's a beautiful industry. And I would, you know, I would say any girl, child, boy child is welcome here. Thank you very much. Thank you for your question. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you very much for your very thoughtful answer also. Your very clear communication, we are very impressed about that. So, तो ड्रीम गर्ल हमारे बीच में है और धारणा जी भी बीच में है, तो अब हम लोग उसके बीच में ना आए क्योंकि अवार्डी इंतजार कर रहे हैं सुबह से, और इसके बीच में I would request धारणा to please stand.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pandey. And ladies and gentlemen, we would now move on to the second segment of the award ceremony for this entrepreneurship forum. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here at the Indo Global Entrepreneurship Forum 2023, and let's get the party started. Ladies and gentlemen, at Business Connect, our motto is very clear, that if an award is not won through merit, even the awardee would not respect it. So we've tried to keep these awards most trusted, most credible, and most transparent in every sense, so that every awardee can feel the best of it. And as I always say, that these awards are special for each awardee who gets them, but these are also very special for all of us here at Business Connect. So let's get the party started, as I say, but before we dive into the awards, before we dive into the second set of awards, let's have a huge round of applause for the celebration as we get the celebration started one day at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, and to do the honors, I request Ms. Padmini to please step forward along with Mr. Abhishek Dubey. We have him here, and Mr. Ashutosh Oja. I request all three of you to please step forward, and I will request Mr. Omkareshwar Pandey also to please join us here up the stage. And let's now dive into the award ceremony. Well, day by day, mankind is becoming more and more spiritually aligned. Intergalactic healing methods have also become quite popular amongst spiritual seekers out there. In this direction, Master Dr. Wani Kabir, who is the founder of Wani Kabir Multiverse Private Limited, being recognized with excellence in intergalactic healing award. Let's give up a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, our next category is indeed unique, where we happen to realize the role of electrification favoring our brighter future, and Morlatus Engineering and Construction Private Limited has been leaving footprints to be followed in the space with its outstanding product portfolio and service standards. Hence, Morlatus Group is being felicitated with Excellence in Electrification and Engineering Space Award 2023. We request Mr. Amit Kumar, who's the MD of this company, to please join us on the stage. And they're already there. Morlatus Engineering and Construction Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, many companies that have tasted incredible success are known to consider their promise to the customers as their top priority, creating a strong brand value in the customer's mind. Hence, we decided to give the most promising company of the year 2023 to Odoo, acknowledging its commitment to
customer satisfaction. We humbly request Mr. Nikunjan, Product Owner Manager, and Sandeep Tomar, Business Relationship Manager, to please join us up the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, team Olu. But now it is time to announce our next award, which is Tech Entrepreneur of the Year 2023. And to receive this award, I would now like to call on stage Mr. Sunil Dhawan, co-founder and COO, on behalf of Mr. Nikhilesh Tiwari, founder and CEO of Space Technology Private Limited, on the stage. The company indeed has transformed technology realm and has carved the new growth base for the same. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, today. Mr. Sunil Dhawan, co-founder and CEO of Space Technology. Moving on to the next award, the most promising PR agency to watch in 2023. We'd like to have on stage Mr. Sampan Nirantari, founder, CEO, SNV PR and Media Creations. We extend our heartfelt gratitude and congratulations to the team. Wish you all the best throughout the year. Well, the next award is undeniably exclusive. That is the most dynamic entrepreneurs in 2023. For this, we happen to recognize stellar entrepreneurial spirit of Ashim Kumar, who is CEO and MD of Pioneer Group. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Can we please have Mr. Ashim Kumar help us, Pioneer Group. Well, now comes our most sought after award category, Emerging Company of the Year 2023. Your attention has been grabbed by Spark Regional Chemie Private Limited, which is sparring the waves of change in the pharma industry. And to receive the award, can I please have Dr. Naseem Khan, Dr. Afroz Sayed, and Mr. Nadeem Ahmad. Come on, please join us on the stage. Well, the tech space is flooded with innumerable organizations that are known to provide impeccable tech solutions to the end clients. We are glad to announce Soft Technologies Private Limited is being awarded top most tech companies to watch in 2023, owing to exemplary contribution to tech space, owing to its client-centric solutions. They have created a spur in the target market. We request Mr. Vishal Prakash Shah, co-founder and CEO, to join us on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, if I am please. Well, the efficacy of innovative staffing solutions has always been critical to any company's growth, while there are many that promise tailor-made solutions, only a few can walk the talk. Well, bridging gaps is one of them. We request the directors of the company, Mr. Ramesh Gupta and Mr. Rohit Chawla, to receive the award for the best staffing company in excellence in HR. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a huge round of applause. Our next award category is yet another unique category in itself, that is acknowledging a remarkable player in steel detailing industry, yet it is none other than Brainstorm Infotech, that is known for providing the most accurate detailing services in the field. Hence, we offer it with Business Connect exclusive, the most promising steel detailing company 2023. The award goes to Mr. Santosh BM, founder and CEO of the company. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next category
Interior Designing Space Award 2023. We are honoring walls and floor decor, a leader in interior design. We'd like to welcome Mr. Anupam Mishra, founder and executive director, and Dr. Vaishali DK, co-founder and director operations, to the stage with a huge round of applause from all of you. Well, it's now time to announce our next award, which is the most promising IT infrastructure solution provider 2023. And to receive the award, we would like to invite Mr. Navodit Chauhan, Director, R4S Infrastructure. On the stage, the company indeed has transformed the security realm and has carved new great for the same. A big round of applause as we welcome them on the stage, Mr. Navodit Chauhan. Well, in our next award category that we have is the most dynamic construction company 2023. We'd like to call on stage Mr. Anupam Mishra, founder and executive director of Vaishnavi Builders and Developers. Its superior excellence, driven by end-to-end services and innovative use of technology, makes them a stalwart of the Indian construction space. Ladies and gentlemen, please hear it for Vaishnavi Builders and Developers. Can we have a huge round of applause? The workplace policies are maintained and managed by HRs, immensely helping businesses to create impact in their targeted market. Therefore, Hugo Consulting Private Limited is being awarded as the most promising business leader in HR domain 2023. And to collect the award, can I please have Mr. Manoj Kumar Sharma, CEO of Hugo Consultancy, Hugo Consulting Private Limited, to please join me on the stage. Well, let's head forward with our next award, which is first Roasted Snacks with Super Herbs 2023. We couldn't find a better firm which is doing better work than this, All Buddies. So we would like to congratulate the team and invite Mr. Dheeraj Vijayvarya, Director of All Buddies, to join me on the stage and receive this honor. Let's have a huge round of applause for them. Well, our next award category is the Women Entrepreneur of the Year, and the winner is none other than Ms. Neha Agrawal, founder and director, DGI Private Limited. We give our heartiest congratulations and request her to please join us up the stage. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the role of the NBFCs in terms of promoting inclusive growth of our country can't be overlooked. Hence, the contribution of Seeds FinCap Private Limited is being recognized by awarding it with the Best Emerging NBFC of the Year 2023. And to collect the award, can I please have Mr. Subhendra Sharma, Executive Director, and Mr. Sumit Thal, Head Accounts and Finance, to please join us up the stage, and let's have a huge round of applause. Let's hear it for them. And I would request our awardees to please do not go anywhere, because after this segment of awards, I'm going to call you on the stage for a group picture. Well, today, managed services providers are creating a huge difference to the businesses by managing their IT infrastructure and end user systems. We've recognized Microscan Communications Private Limited, the most reliable emerging managed service provider 2023 award for their exemplary contribution to the space. And to collect this award, Mr. Praveen Mule, Chief Executive Officer, please join us on the stage and let's hear it for them. Microscan Communications Private Limited. Well, indeed, the world market craves for herbal cosmetics and the incomparable gift offered by Mother Nature. In this direction, Herbage Personal Care INC has been spurring the market with its extraordinary solutions, hence it has been recognized as the best herbal cosmetics brand to watch globally 2023. I request Mr. Divyaranjan Das, President and CEO, to please join us on the stage. Herbage Personal Care INC. Beauty India Private Limited is our next winner of the category Most Trusted Beauty Solutions Provider to watch out globally in 2023. We couldn't help but notice the company's extraordinary product portfolio and spectacular growth in the beauty sector. To collect the award, Mr. Ankit Arora, founder and CEO. Can I please have you off the stage, Mr. Ankit Arora? Well, the automotive and industrial applications majorly rely on lubrication segment for better efficiency and seamless productivity. Hence, Global Technical Service is being awarded Global Leaders in Lubrication and Reliability 2023 owing to its matchless lubrication management solutions. Let's have Mr. Gaurav Mathur, CEO, on stage to collect the award, and let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Global Technical Services. Well, to guarantee and enhance the operating effectiveness of any original equipment manufacturer, electronic manufacturing services are really crucial. Regarding this, CEM Electromech Private Limited has been found setting exemplary benchmarks. Hence, the leading electronic manufacturing solutions provider 2023. This award goes to CEM Electromech. We request Mr. Sharma MZ, Director of Finance, SCM, Mr. Narayanan P, Director of Business Development, to please join us up the stage. MZ, Director, and Mr. Narayanan P, Director of the company, CEM Electromech. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next award category is the Best Leader in Chatbot Development Space 2023, and the winner is none other than Chatbot Team. We request the CEO of the company, Mr. Ashish Yadav, to please join me on the stage. और दोस्तों, आपके एक हाथ का दूसरे हाथ से बड़ा गहरा नाता है। तालियां बजाने का क्या चाहता है? Come on, let's hear it. This is a wonderful celebration of the wonderful work you guys do, and we are all celebrating here together, each other's success. We are aware that healthcare startups have been playing a significant role in economic growth, and we could not find a better player than NextGen Life Sciences Private Limited for this next award, the most promising leader in the science and healthcare industry 2023. Ms. Dr. Nagama Abbasi, founder and CEO, NextGen Life Sciences. Please join us off the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, our next awardee, Trans-Ganization Creation Private Limited, has managed to gain the trust of its esteemed clientele, therefore being awarded with the award, the Most Trusted Business Consulting Company 2023. I request Well, undoubtedly, entrepreneurs have become the latest hype in the market. More and more now are entering the waters to test their confidence. In this direction, Mr. Mohit Balchandani, CEO of Blackpink Motion Pictures, is being recognized as the youngest entrepreneur in Digital Era 2023. Please give him a huge round of applause as he joins us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, our next award, Best Virtual Assistant Company to Watch Out Globally in 2023. We're focusing on the ventures that are helping business grow digitally. And Bring, founded by Mr. Sai Gupta, has won this award. Can I please have him on the stage, Mr. Sai Gupta? The next award is for Excellence in Agro-Commodity Management 2023, where we are focusing on ventures helping the agriculture industry to grow. Can I please have on stage Go Green Warehouses Private Limited? I would request Mr. Santosh Kumar Sahu, founder and CEO, on the stage.
This is the group that did the award.
The Award of Excellence in Staffing and Consulting 2023. We'd like to have on stage Mr. Mohammad Asif Akbar and Mr. Abdul Thani, respective founder and CEO of Tickets Hub Consulting Services Private Limited. A big round of applause for the entire team. Well, the next award is the Most Innovative Beauty Solutions Providers 2023. We'd like to call on stage Ms. Neha Chatterjee, founder of Khoobsurat Beauty Private Limited. They said company is an emerging provider of beauty solutions. So please give a huge round of applause.
They will give you the award. Yeah. I'm just looking at it because Padmini is giving it out, but that's how that governor had given out our award. Well, we were not there.
Well, no doubt, our present-day social and economic development stand firm on the manufacturing sector at the forefront. Therefore, Aeroplast Limited is being awarded Most Promising Manufacturing Facility of 2023. Can I please have on stage Mr. Ajay Goyal, CEO, Aeroplast Limited, to please join me on the stage, Mr. Ajay Goyal.
This is food. So I'm just putting it on.
Well, a sound and efficient hospital management system would ensure hassle-free patient care, making the whole process more manageable. Hence, Super Medic Consultancy Private Limited is being honored with Hospital Management Consultants Company of the Year. I request Dr. Sultan Bishnoi, who is the director of the company. He joined us on the stage a little while ago as well. And let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, Dr. Sultan Bishnoi. Super Medic Consultancy Private Limited. Our next award category is Business Leader of the Year 2023, which is extremely and entirely devoted to introducing the world to emerging business leaders who are setting up new standards in the business realm. So please give a huge round of applause for Mr. Rahul Handa, CEO of Fuel Intelligence Private Limited. Can we please have Mr. Rahul Handa on the stage? Well, our next award category is the most renowned Innovation Consultant of the Year 2023, and the winner is Not Resource Private Limited. Please give a huge round of applause and request to Mr. Kamal Parekh and Akshita Parekh, founder and CEO, on the stage to please join us on the stage. Mr. Kamal Parekh and Akshita Parekh. Itosi Resource Private Limited. While pushing the business towards a common goal, growth strategic consultants play a crucial role in keeping the company in a better workflow. Therefore, Deco Consulting Services Private Limited has been recognized with Emerging Growth Strategist of the Year 2023 and request CEO of the company, Rashmi Kumar, to please join us on the stage.
I mean, even if they don't belong to him.
No, yeah. I would go to him and say, this is what guys do, guys.
Well, for the next category, we extend a warm welcome to Mr. Anil Makija and Mr. Mayank Jain, directors, Megasoft Solutions India Private Limited. Their venture has won the award for India's Best HR Tech Company 2023. Can we please have both of you up the stage? And let's have a huge round of applause as they join us on the stage.
This lady who's doing the announcing, she's very good. She's bubbly.
Well, congratulations to you for winning this award.
I have to get permission.
Well, moving on to the next category, the award for Emerging Digital Transformation Consultant of the Year 2023. We are honoring GKC Consultants, OPC Private Limited, a young startup making waves in developing cutting-edge solutions. I request Mr. Gaurav Kumar Chawla, founder and CEO, to please join me on the stage and accept this award.
Yeah.
Mr. Gaurav Kumar Chawla. I will now one more time remind our please do not go anywhere because I'm going to call all of you up the stage with your awards for a group picture.
So where's he
So
now?
our next award category is for the most effective tech company of the year. We would like to appreciate all the excellent ventures, and this award goes to Successive Technologies. Mr. Gaurav Malik, please join us on the stage. CEO of Successive Technologies, Mr. Gaurav Malik. The next award is for the Best Web Designing and Development Company 2023. This goes to Vega Moon Technologies, Mr. Abhijit Pratap and Chandrabhushan, co-founders of the company. Can I please have Mr. Abhijit Pratap and Mr. Chandrabhushan here on the stage? Well, people have become very conscious in terms of taking safe and nutritious food. So the next award is for Excellence in Organic Food Products 2023. This goes to Anivrita Organics Private Limited. Indus, can we please have Mr. Anand Mani Tripathi, founder and CEO of the stage, Anivrita Organics Private Limited. Well, the next award category is Tech-Enabled Driver Operations Management Company 2023. This goes to Signal Drive Technologies Private Limited. I request Mr. Shailesh Kaul, co-founder, and Mr. Gagan Chaturvedi to please join me on the stage. Mr. Shailesh Kaul and Mr. Gagan Chaturvedi. The next award is for a leading Ayurvedic and herbal company of the year 2022. This goes to Ayurveda Cosmeceuticals. I request Ms. Sonia Chadha, Managing Director Director, Ayurveda Cosmeceuticals, to please join me on the stage. Well, moving on to the next award, which is the most recommended Salesforce Consulting Partner 2023. We'd like to have on stage Ms. Pooja Sehgal, Managing Director, 360-degree Cloud Technologies. Please welcome her with a huge round of applause. Well, modern day businesswomen are making significant strides in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. The next award is for the most inspiring woman in healthcare business 2023. This goes to Vera Healthcare, Vedika Kanchan, Global Strategic Lead. If she's not here with us, I'm just going to announce this. I guess she's not here. Vera Healthcare, this goes to Vedika Kanchan. The next award is for the most trusted preschool brand 2023, and this goes to Eurokids. They are also not here. They've joined us virtually and they're not here. Can I have the team Soft Mint here with us one more time for a picture? We have with us Team Soft Mint. The award was conferred earlier in the day, but we'd still like to welcome them on the stage for a picture. Well, the next award is for Mr. Akshit Chaudhary, founder and CEO of 121 Cars, which is an e-marketplace for all the new cars for all the fastest growing startup 2023. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. So I'm coming back to our awardees from the first session who did not receive their awards. So I'm going to call them now on the stage. The next award is for the most innovative and eco-friendly project of the year. This goes to Indo Infraspaces Private Limited. I request Madam Shiva Ganeshan Babu, MD and CEO of Indo Infraspace Private Limited, to please join me on the stage, and let's have a huge round of applause.
Waiting for Indo.
Well, the next award is also backed by him, which is the Young Visionary CEO of the Year. This again goes to Mr. Malyan Sivaganeshan Babu, MD and CEO, Indo Infra Developers Private Limited. Okay, so before I call on everybody for the group picture, let's do just one quick thing. Let's clap for everybody, but let's make what's okay. So now everybody's clapping, but जो मैं आपसे कहने वाली थी करने को मैं वापस अब कहने वाली हूँ. Let's make something what is called as a clap meter. So
As my count goes from bottom to top, our clapping frequency and our clapping sound in this room should increase. Are you with me for this? Yes, we're ending this meeting on a high energy note. So let's start on the count of 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, with all this high energy and high spirit, let's welcome half of the awardees on the stage for the group picture. I'm going to call the next half in a very short while. So we will have half awardees in the first lot for a group picture, and then we're going to welcome the next half of awardees. So आधे लोग आ जाएंगे. अच्छा चलिए आगे क्या आते? Okay. I think a few more people can join them. Maybe 5 more people can join them. Certainly. So I request the photographers कि आप मुझे बता दीजिएगा जब मुझे अगला हाफ बुलाना होगा. Thank you so much. Let's welcome the rest of the people who are still down the stage. Please join us up the stage for a group picture. Right after this, I would request the entire Business Connect team to please join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not an easy task to put up something like this in such a flawless manner. It is because of their support day in, day out that they've been working so hard. So it's their time, it's their moment of recognition. Let's have on stage the entire team of Business Connect right after this picture. Okay, I can see the interesting ones already who are there with us. Thank you so much. It is now time to welcome the entire Business Connect team.
I don't think it's presentable.
What, the kitchen?
Yes.
Goodness, please put everything away now. They're coming. It's dry.
Thank you, Vijay. Nice picture. Nice.
Only the team of Business Connect.
In this seat, Zaki just teacher with bacon, schooling us down. So how many
Okay, there are a few more awardees. Okay, Business Connect magazine, I'm also right here. I will also get a picture clicked with you. You guys are a great team. So do not go anywhere. Let's have the awardees get the pictures clicked first. But we're going to do this together. Well, we'd like to take a moment to congratulate each and every one of the awardees. Congratulations for winning an award today, and I'm sure you guys are going to continue doing the good work. Be you, be good. Well, let's now have the team Business Connect here with us.
January is the 37th anniversary of our beloved star, the sweetheart, Sir Chancellor Rajput. The monster is a dedicated and June 14th.
And this is one picture that I'm also going to join.
Wise words. Listen to this. Something which I probably like. How did I convince myself into dropping out of the biggest changes in the college? It was something very, very enticing, and I found that away. So number one was and just 6 to 8 months I
I now request Mr. Omkareshwar Pandey for his remarks. So, over to you.
This is for the bill, no?
Now onto this consumer advice says sportsman at heart, active at heart, humanitarian by virtue, and businessman by default. What is let's read it as he showed that at the end. We have a special physical dedication to part of the right access to the
Hello, yes.
And so much more. So, take up
So it's amazing golden opportunity for everybody. Taking photographs with none other than Miss Padmini, the famous film actress. So naturally, people have praise for her. And they are taking photographs, selfies, and all with her. So after the session, the day-long session which just finished, just concluded. This is the obvious and natural, end of the conference. Before concluding this whole session, which was basically focused on 5G to 5T, we had a lot of good speakers from morning till evening, and we had wonderful opportunity of felicitations also for our eminent guests, eminent awardees, and other thought leaders. So I would like to thank, first of all, our Honorable His Excellency Rajendram Lakshman, Consular General of Georgia to South Africa, for all the way coming to participate in our program. I really thank you from the core of my heart. I would like to thank Dr. Prajapati Trivedi,
a special envoy for SDG implementation in the Commonwealth Secretariat, UK, London, for coming and delivering the keynote address to our audience here in this conference. Several other speakers who joined today's conference was included Dr. Ratnesh, Executive Director of United Nations Global Compact Network in India, Dr. Parvez Hayat, Senior IPS Officer and Independent External Monitor for SBI and BEL, Lieutenant General Professor R.K. Anand, DG of Mano Rachna Educational Institutions, Faridabad. We also had several other speakers from Dr. Manoj Kumar Pateria, Director CSIR, National Institute of Science and Communication and Information Resources from Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India. We had Mr. R.K. Srivastava, Joint Secretary and Executive Director of NDC under the Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. We listened to the views of Mr. Ajay Rao, is a founder and CEO of NextGen Life Sciences. Mr. Amit Bhatia, Chief Information Security Officer. Mr. Shatrughan Singh, Mr. S.M. Khan from Niti Aayog, is the Deputy Director of Niti Aayog. And Mr. Venkata Siva Reddy, CEO and MD GND Solutions Private Limited. Master Vani Kabir, Dr. Vani Kabir, founder of the Vani Kabir Multiverse Private Limited. Mr. Kundan Gaurav, Mr. Santosh Kumar Sahu, Muhammad Akhtar, Parvez Ahmad, Mr. Gaurav Kumar Chawla. This is a long list of the speakers who deliberated today. So, before I conclude the vote of thanks, I'd like to invite Mr. Abhishek Dubey to please come on the stage. Mr. Abhishek Dubey, you are on the stage, and I would like to invite our chief guest of the day, His Excellency Rajendra Lakshman, Consular General of Georgia, because your felicitation was left, and we have to give you memento, a token of love to you. Please come on the dais.
Sure. Yes. Sure.
So we're fortunate because he, dedicated a whole day for all of us, from morning to evening. He listened to views, he delivered a very good speech, and he encouraged all of us in this conference. I would like to thank all the supporters, the team members of the Business Connect magazine who work day and night, the marketing team of the Business Connect magazine who work months and months to bring all the thought leaders and the business leaders here in this August House. I would like to thank each and every person who has contributed from the smallest to biggest part of making this conference successful. So my gratitude, my thanks on behalf of Business Connect magazine, being the director of editorial board of this magazine, I have my responsibility to thank all of them. And being the chairman of the organizing committee of this conference, I thank all my speakers from the business community, from outside and from everywhere. Thank you very much for coming and joining this conference, making this conference a very successful event. And soon after, Mr. Abhishek Dubey will be announcing the next date and the next conference of the Business Connect magazine, which is very soon coming up within I think month or two. So I'm inviting him to kindly announce the next date of the conference of the Business Connect magazine. This session of the Indo Global Entrepreneurship Forum 2023 ends here with this deliberation. Thank you so much. Thank you everybody, and thanks to all who joined from different parts of the world. Several of the speakers, and I'm thanking the chairman of IFCO, Mr. Lalit, who joined from Ahmedabad, For this conference, I'm thanking to Dave also, because I know that this conference is going live on the page of Business Connect magazine. Anybody can see there. And at the end, I'm inviting again Mr. Abhishek Dubey to kindly make the announcement for the next program. Mr. Abhishek Dubey.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all enjoyed this event and you got so many ideas and innovations from this event. Now we have planned to organize our next event on coming 25th of March 2023. So we are looking forward to all to join us again, and we will be announcing you soon because we are already under preparation of all the things. And thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much.
Once again, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today. Thank you. You've been a lovely audience. Thank you.
You connect. आप इसके बारे में डेफिनेटली सोचिए Thank you.